And you're recording and I'm being recorded. And I'm here to introduce Dr. Derek Shuba, who will, well.
But do you speak here or can I speak?
Speak here.
Well, welcome to Calumet College. I'm Derek Shoba. I'm the academic vice president here. I've met some of you, just to have a chance to meet a few more. I'm just so pleased that this organization has continued and continues to seem to gain strength and is just rooted in the community. I'm so pleased that that you are willing to come here and let us be a part of this. That Calumet College wants, one of our strategic plan goals is to be a vital, an important part of the community, and there's no more important part than to be interested in the environment. So you're right here doing the work that that Calumet College wants to remain part of. We have our emeritus professor, which I'm glad is a link to our academic programs here, Valerie. In a little bit of a sad note, a friend of mine, or my father's friend, died recently. His name was Daryl Murray, just a few days ago. But it reminded me, and I've talked to some of you about this, about my father was, like I was just talking to you, I was a biology teacher, and he was very invested. We were in LaGrange at the time with the Wolf Road Prairie, if anyone's heard of that. He founded the Save the Prairie Society with a few colleagues, which was saved after 35 years of work to save this 80-acre black soil prairie in Illinois. And I remember as a kid, because that, as you all know, environmental work is so small scale and can have such lasting impression. He's 85 years old, and there's not a day that my dad is not doing something environmental, that he's not plant identification. He'll be like, I'm going to the cemetery prairie and I'm making sure that the species are the same. This will sound familiar to a lot of you guys. 20 years ago, how it's changed. I'm writing a grant for an open space initiative. He's managing the corn farm out in the west area of Chicago and the environmental things. Like so many of you, I remember growing up. I was born in 1970 at a time when environmental stuff, in some ways, was being rediscovered, and I could know even as a kid, I remember the names of, like, it was a Dr. Bob Betts, if anyone knows him, in the prairie. He died years ago, but he helped to do the prairie in the Fermilab area. And I remember just being a kid, watching down at the Save the Prairie, 5, 6 people, maybe meeting and stuff, and eventually, you know how this goes. You get involved with a congressman, you have a Save the Prairie, fundraiser. I would work the bus tours to the Save the Prairie, even though I was just a little kid. And I know this is the largest black soil prairie in Illinois. We used to have 99% of the state was prairie, and now it's down to, it was 1.01% or whatever. But that is amazing to me, because just those people, like this person who just passed away, made such a difference with small group meetings, talking about it, getting people inspired. Years later, I was the Associate Dean of Biological and Health Sciences at the College of Lake County in Illinois. And I was amazed at how many faculty were true environmentalists, were very deeply involved in biology and environmentalism, and not just in that discipline, and took their students to places like, made sure that they knew the savannas and they knew the bog that was the Volo bog, and places like that, and how involved they were. So a few people, and you probably know this, can have a giant effect. And I believe that that's true with all of you and some of the folks that I've just talked to today. So I'm super excited. This is actually much bigger than the small organization that I saw that mobilized a huge amount of people to save a prairie that's still there today. And other, I've seen things so you guys are actually a massive group compared to what I saw when I was a little kid, see 5 or 6 people meet in a group, and start kind of a little bit of a revolution in that local area. So I'm just so pleased with the work you're doing. I'm so, the lecture series and speakers that you have lined up are just fascinating, people doing fascinating works on all sides. So just want to congratulate you on the work that you're doing, and please continue to think of Calumet College as an ally in this work. And I can't stay long today. I've got another meeting coming up, but I'm just very excited that Valerie will continue to represent the academic programs here. And just welcome to the Calumet College. Thank you.
More than 20 years ago, from 2000, group of us that came up, even larger than what we have here, maybe up to 60, 70 people. We'd sit around the table and come up with a vision document for Wolf Lake. And it looks like this. I have a few in my office, but no one can touch them.
They're memorialized.
And I shouldn't even have mentioned that, but I trust you, so. And under number 4 is planning and management. And the first item like that, under that, reads as follows. Create the Wolf Lake Advisory Committee as a forum, bring together public and private agencies and interests to provide community input and to foster communication between the primary Wolf Lake managers and other state regional planners with regard in their management of the lake. They were referring to Wolf Lake. And so that's what we're doing today. And the reason why so many people are here is because we're bi-state. And so there's twice as many people perhaps as others might have. The next speaker is Philip Willing, Dr. Willing.
I have a copy of that document that I think I should be putting on eBay or something. We keep building it up. It's so rare and valuable. It's like sitting in my file. So guess I should do something with it. I'm going to be a little brief because we're a little behind. I want to get to the more interesting stuff. But good morning. Welcome to the Wolf Lake Watershed Advisory Committee. Sort of the premier meeting on finding out and hearing about what's happening in the Wolf Lake Watershed and areas nearby. This annual meeting, we usually get a chance to catch up on a lot of projects to see what progress is made over the past year, a chance to talk with all kinds of other people and then hear about some potentially new projects. Kind of the theme this year is community volunteers at work, and we're going to hear about a bunch of those things. For example, how to address illegal dumping. So we'll hear from Joe later, probably about how he's picked up hundreds. Oh, I guess you're into the thousands of tires now.
2,000 plus, I think.
2,000 plus tires he's picked up. That's a lot of tires. We have a watershed water sampling program that we're getting started here. We're going to hear about that a little bit later. We're going to hear about some student projects. I'm excited to hear about how those are going. And then we have some watershed managers and such. And then we will also hear about some other projects that have been going on. For example, the connection between Powderhorn and Wolf Lake, Eggers Woods, the Indian Creek over by the Stroud property. We'll hear about updates of some of those and some of the things that have been going on over there. We're going to start off with what is, in my pilot's opinion, the most interesting subject in Wolf Lake, and that's fish. And so I don't know who's talking first here, Tom or Seth. Tom, we're going to hear from Tom first about fish, and so we'll get started with that. Thank you.
Yeah, presentations at Wolf 2004. That one. You got a clicker?
Yeah, it's up next.
Yeah, right here. But now I'm going to share the screen.
Perfect.
Too.
That doesn't work.
All right.
Dim the lights a little bit in the front. Yeah, I thought it really, because it's really washing out the screen.
Well, it gets going. I'm a fish biologist for Indiana DNR. Been to these meetings quite a few times, and this current time, we actually have a fish survey that we did this past spring and some in the fall. See, so I'm gonna not bore you with any of what I am, what I do, just gonna get right into the results of what we did.
Good slideshow.
There we go. So we were out there late June. This survey was part of our status and trends sampling protocol. That is where we look at all glacial lakes in northern Indiana for this site, and then we also do impoundments for another part of that project. If you know fish stuff, the sampling effort we did is pretty minimal for that size of water, but it allows us to look at all sizes of glacial lakes kind of on the same plane and see what the trends are and how they're going forward. So we did half hour of night electrofishing, 2 gill nets, 2 trap nets for that June survey, in addition to some vegetation surveys, as well as water quality, some real basic temp dissolved oxygen profiles. And then we were back out there October. That's basically to evaluate walleye stockings that the state, as well as a private organization, Perch America, has been doing for many, many years, just to see what we're getting for our walleyes out there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is electrofishing lethal for the fish?
It is not. It temporarily stuns them, and then we let them go. Obviously, some of the fish that we do get, round goby, do not make it. It's just because they are aquatic invasive species. But almost everything else goes back.
Okay.
There we go. So right into the results. We've got 615 fish in that small sampling effort, which was pretty darn good. There's a lot of diversity in Wolf Lake. We picked up a lot of those different fish. One of the cool things that I hadn't seen in many years, white perch were not at the top of that abundance. They had dropped down quite a bit in their abundance. We did pick up some other stuff that we hadn't picked up in many years. Next, get the next one. So, as I had mentioned, white perch were not the top. Bluegill were for once, which was great to see. A little bit more desirable for our anglers. The interesting one is the white bass. They hadn't been collected since '99. We picked one up in that June survey, and we actually picked up 2 in our October surveys because they stand out. They actually have stripes, and they're quite a bit bigger than the white perch, and it was kind of interesting to see that. The one notable difference that we did see is the absence of channel catfish, which is kind of interesting considering Illinois stocks quite a few, and we do see them over on the Indiana portion. But overall, a pretty diverse fish community. And as I mentioned, this is part of our status and trends, so we can compare that to all our other glacial lakes. And what we have for those dials are less than or greater than 3 inch, 3 to 6 inch, 6 to 8 inch. That's just kind of a sort of a standard panel that we look at for our comparisons to reports. The cool thing was we were above average for a few of those size classes, below average for those larger bluegills, which isn't exactly surprising considering the amount of shad and white perch consuming a lot of those prey items like the bluegill would. And largemouth bass numbers are not very high in Wolf Lake. A lot of other things that will eat those bass and bass eggs and compete for direct resources. So a lot of those metrics were below average. And that's part of the reason why we do continue to allow and bring in walleye for stocking to provide an additional predator as well as an angler sought species. So as I mentioned, with that survey, we do a plant survey out there just to see what all's in there. A lot of times we do detect some new invasions. Whether we can do anything about that or not, it's unknown. But for the plant survey, we do those at the end of July, early August. That allows us to then compare those across our status and trends lakes, see what's going on, especially for vegetative cover as well as species diversity. The So the main plant out there, Eurasian water milfoil, non-native. Not the greatest plant, but by far not the worst that we have for our aquatic invasives. There's
Okay,
decent.
everything looks good so far?
Everything looks fantastic. Everything looks
Good.
Your ducks could stand for a good clean. There is no doubt about it. But I'll show you some of these pictures. I'm going to email you all this stuff as well.
Okay.
But we're all.
Good meeting. Can we mute
I
this
know.
meeting?
Like it should.
Like it should.
Alright.
Do you have control of it?
All right,
So I'll be right back.
okay.
Thank you.
And I'll leave the doors are free, so.
Okay.
So as I was saying, we just had a pretty decent diversity of plants out there. Not really anything of issue for the fish community, I feel. I mean, milfoil around some of the docks and pavilion area might be a little bit of a concern for some of the kayakers, but once you get offshore, it's pretty darn open.
What other, I mean, obviously milfoil is not native, but what's the other two non-native plants up there?
They are the brittle naiad, or
Which is
yeah,
also pretty high up there, right?
correct.
Okay.
That is an annual plant, so it might just be a high in the cycle. It typically grows pretty darn low, and so it really doesn't cause any recreational impairment.
Okay.
And I think, and curly leaf pondweed is the other non-native. Curly leaf is a early season growing plant, so it's actually starting to grow this time of year. Harsh winters tend to knock it back a little bit more, but it's one of the earliest ones, and any treatment is before 60 degrees temperature to get the best control. But it's really not that abundant, and where I see curly leaf compared to other lakes, curly leaf's not going to take over the Indiana side. It's too sandy for it, but so it did have a low abundance, partially due to the time of year. Typically curly leaf, like I said, is
But
pretty
you're
early.
saying that like a large portion of the biomass is two non-native species.
Correct. And so, well, this is a current, this isn't biomass, this is, we dropped it, the way we survey our vegetation. And we take a garden rake, it's woven together, tines go back to back, we drop it down. We get a depth and we literally rake the bottom of the lake for 10 feet.
Okay.
Bring it up and what's on the rake. So this graph is just a current, so milfoil was at 25% of the sites that we sampled. We did 70 sites. But the biomass is a different metric that I don't have presented today, and
Okay. I meant
it really wasn't
plant
that
biomass.
abundant
Yeah, all right.
in the areas.
Yeah.
So while we're doing questions, there are two questions from the Zoom audience. Do you want to take those now or wait till later?
Yeah, so the veg survey, it is a point intercept. Some of it is related to past surveys that we've done. But I do not try to match the GPS points. I look in a distance at a depth contour I'm looking for and stop the boat, drop the rake. So it's semi-random. I'm not trying to drop it in the middle of a bed of emergence either, but trying not to select for no plants. And then the non-natives are Eurasian water milfoil, brittle naiad, and curly leaf pondweed.
A couple
And-
more.
And the points are pretty randomly distributed. As random as possible. Went up in the corn channel and did points up there. All the points are on the east side of the toll road though. I didn't go under the toll road for it.
Does the Illinois DNR, do they do the same thing on that side?
We do not do vegetation surveys on our side,
Oh,
unless we haven't to date.
okay.
Maybe that's something you need to add.
No, did you take that note? Yeah.
So Indiana, we monitor a lot of vegetation because we do a lot of vegetation permitting. And our surveys are our way of having quantifiable data to say what people would want to treat is allowable and that we don't impact the environment.
Yeah, that 25% innovation miracle is probably idea about 20 years ago, that's actually about saying.
Yeah.
So I think it just seems to me it's going to really stabilize and at least good news is they do not expand.
Yeah, looking at our last survey, what 2015, it was slightly higher, but not by like two different points. And that's just some of that randomness on where we drop the rake. It's where it's gonna be, what it seems out there. Oh yeah, and then previously we had Southern Naiad, possible an ID issue, but it's the Naiads are, like I said, are annual, so they come and go, and a bunch of the other pseudo minor stuff at the bottom was fairly similar. Some of them move around based on annual variability, but overall, there's nice habitat out there that's utilizing a lot of that nutrients, providing room for those fish to hide. And so the last thing I have is the fall walleye. Completed it a couple weeks ago, but have not been around the office to really do anything with the data other than write down the length frequency. So we got some really nice fish. The biggest one was 27 inches. Stock from stockings years ago, but the big thing that I was looking for is the most recent stocking success, because we've had state stocking that's not as the asterisk thing, and then Perch America with the asterisk. So the state's we're growing a little bit more fish and trying to get them diversified throughout the state. So we're putting a few more in, but with that, we want to make sure we're putting them in, they're growing, they're living. And so we did catch 16 fish for the 2022 stocking. Don't know if it's ours, don't know if it's Perch America, combination of both. Pretty close to our success criteria. We needed one more fish and that 4 hours of shocking to say it was successful, but seeing that we're seeing a bunch of 27 or 20 plus inch fish, it's pretty darn successful, and we just need to hopefully get a regular program to get up to a pretty decent sized number of stocking fish.
Do they naturally reproduce, or is it solely stockings?
It is very hard to tell if we have any natural reproduction because we stock, no one tags fish. Illinois stocks, we stock. It is possible to have natural reproduction, but it's not going to sustain a fish of walleyes. So there's probably a trickle there here and there, but not much.
Because you're talking about sports fishermen are pulling out a lot of fish, right?
Potentially we have not done an angler survey out there in years, so they could be catching them and releasing them, but it's a walleye, so it hits that minimum size line. It's unlikely that it's going back.
Yeah.
And on our other lakes.
You caught something like that.
What was your?
Do they try to spawn?
There is some area that has available habitat because they're looking for a rockier shoreline in that spring. It is possible. We don't go out there and look for them. They go through the motions. A lot of fish go through the motions and don't necessarily have any success, especially with the white perch. They're gonna hammer on those eggs. The young, if they do. So, we did, like during that spring survey, we saw some smaller walleyes, but they were likely from the past year's stocking. Nothing like in that 1 to 2 inch range. That would really telltale because we don't stock any fry or fingerlings, and I don't know if Illinois has it recently. Yeah. They just don't work in high predator. Anything else? Great.
Thanks. For his very first appearance, Seth Love from the Illinois DNR.
Would be on the desktop. Yeah, yeah. Sweet, good deal. Sure the thing works. So. And if you do the, projector mode.
Yeah,
Perfect. Good deal. Slideshows.
Okay. Hello, my name is Seth Love. I'm a fisheries biologist with Illinois DNR. I historically have covered Grundy, Kendall, Kankakee, and Will counties, but after a colleague of mine, Frank, retired a year and a half ago-ish, I've kind of absorbed South Cook County until they're backfilling that position, which who knows when that's going to be. So I'll just launch in to my talk here.
Is the delay because they're
Oh.
a hiring freeze? Or
No,
because they
it's
just can't find someone qualified?
no, it's just Illinois. It's just positions don't pop up all the time. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. It'd be nice to get this faster, but that's just the way it goes.
Wasn't working last, so I can also.
Okay, perfect. Next slide. So you all already know this, but I'll just go into it. The Illinois portion of Wolf Lake is approximately 400 acres, and our area is divided into 3 pools: the state line, northwest, and main pool. And so this is just a visual of that. Obviously, the top left is the northwest pool. The state line pool is right on the state line, and then there's the main pool, which is right by the park office. And the average depth on our side is about 6 feet, and the maximum depth is 15 feet. As far as regulations go, again, you all probably know these, but I'll just run through them anyway. We have an all fish, 2 pull and line only reg. For largemouth and smallmouth bass, it's 14-inch minimum length limit, 6 fish a day. 6 fish a day creel. For channel catfish, it's 6 fish a day. Rainbow trout, there's a fall and spring closed season. Those are stocked right by the William Powers office lagoon. Statewide 5 fish a day limit on those. Northern pike, 24-inch minimum length limit, 3 fish a day. And then walleye, there's a 14-inch minimum length limit, 6 fish a day. And then fishing access is reduced during the waterfowl hunting season.
Is that now?
Yes.
Yes, so there's a portion that is open during the hunting season, and then there's a portion that is closed. I'm still trying to remember all that stuff.
5 is the southeasternmost of the state line. That's the portion that's always closed to waterfowl hunters. However, the whole rest of the lake, your northwest and the main and the northern portion of the state line are all.
Cause I know like they have that kind of boarded off at certain times of the year where you can't get back there, like because else you get shot, I assume, but.
It's only until 1 p.m. every day though. After 1 p.m. then the fishermen can get back in.
Thank you. Fish surveys have been taking place for quite a long time, since 1985. And fish stockings on our side have historically involved largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, channel catfish, bluegill, pike, rainbow trout, red ears, bluegill hybrids for kids fishing events, tiger muskies, and walleye. Tigers, well, they did. They did. So this is just the nice little table that I made that shows all the fish stocked. That's where we have records in our digital database. There's probably stockings before this that were never made it into our digital database, but this is just what we have. So if you advance that, there'll be some fun little stuff on there. So as you can see, there's some fish species where there might have been 1 stocking, like red ears, these bluegills. Tiger muskies stopped stocking in '97, so those haven't been stocked in a while. What else do we have on there? And smallmouth bass were stocked for quite a while, up until 2017, but those haven't been stocked since.
Why did they stop stocking those? They just decided.
Smallies?
Yeah.
They really don't do well with largemouth bass, and maybe they just didn't see them in the survey, so they decided they should be, yeah, they're just better suited. It's just a waste of a resource, basically, when other waters, you know, that they do well, they survive, so maybe they just decided to. Yeah, I've only taken over since 2022, so a lot of the background stuff I'm just not privy to. Advance, please. Some of the fish species that are still stocked are channel catfish, largemouth bass, northern pike. There was kind of a gap between 2016 and 2019 where Jake Wolf, the hatcher that produces our muskies and pike, just weren't producing them, but then, they had more room in the hatchery in 2020, literally right before COVID. So we've started to produce those as well. And then walleye have been stocked basically the whole time. And then some fish species that I know we stock that don't always make it up into the database are the trout and the hybrid sunfish. Not sure why those don't always make it in there, but those get stocked. And those are strictly just for the kids fishing events,
Just
so.
gonna say, I think my Cub Scouts caught all of those.
Yeah, yeah, so, so there's that,
Back.
so there's that lagoon, it's not really a lagoon, but we call it one that's right by the park office.
That's where we were.
Yeah, so that'll get netted off in the spring and fall for trout so that they don't go out to the main lake.
Actually, we were on the creek part.
Oh, okay, cool.
We,
I'm sure there's escapees.
yeah, we were at like 17.5.
Wow.
Okay, cool, very cool, good deal.
And were you doing catch and release or were you
Catch
doing?
and release.
Takeaways that we've stocked 1.34 million fish since '93, so that's just kind of cool that's just a lot of fish, So now I'll get into my fish survey. We conducted a daytime spring electrofishing survey on May 11th. Due to some unforeseen issues, I was only able to sample the main pool, so I wasn't able to go out to the northwest or to the state line pool, which didn't impact the results, but that's just what it was. So overall, we collected 222 individual fish, over 20 species. So we got banded killifish, black bullheads, bluegills, blunt nose, minnows, bowfins, brown bullheads, common carp, of course, golden shiners, grass pickers, lake chubs, largemouth bass, a pike, a pumpkin seed, red ears, rock bass, brown gobies, walleye, warmouth, yellow bullhead, and some yellowfish.
Pumpkin seeds weren't stocked, it just like showed up on its own or what?
Correct. Yep. Native. Yep. So I'll just run through a couple of the sport fish here. As far as largemouth bass goes, we got 20 largemouth bass, ranged from about 2.5 to 17 inches, and 16 of those fish were over 8 inches. The average length was 11.5. We did have a decline in catch per unit effort relative to the 2017 survey, which was last time that Frank did a survey out there. But I think a lot of that is just because we weren't able to sample the northwest or state line pools. So I don't think it's indicative of the population declining. It's just indicative of the survey where we did sample those other areas. 31% of the adults were over 15 inches, but again, we had pretty low sample size, so take that with a grain of salt. As far as the bluegills go, we had 83 bluegills, ranged from 1.5 to 6.5 inches, and 46 of those fish were over stock size or over 3 inches. Average length was 3.5. About catch per unit effort was pretty similar to the previous survey, even though we only sampled the main pool. But 4% of the adults were over 6 inches, which is a pretty big drop from 20% in the last survey. Again, maybe there's just larger fish in those other pools that we didn't sample, but we didn't have any fish over 8 inches. Some other sport fish species, we had 18 red ears. They range from about 2 to just under 8 inches. 6 of those fish were over 4 inches, and their average length was 3.7 inches. Collected about the same number as the 2017 survey. Only one pike was collected, and it was 27.5. One walleye was collected, 20.2 inches. No crappie were collected. And I just want to make note, low pike, walleye, and crappie numbers isn't necessarily because they're not surviving the stockings, they're not doing well in there. It's just a daytime electrofishing survey is not the standard method that you would use to collect some of these fish. Ideally, I would be doing spring or fall trap netting for pike and crappie in the fall, spring for pike, and then I would try to be doing a spring electrofishing nighttime survey for walleye. So rainbow trout, again, were stocked spring and fall this past year. Blue hybrids were stocked in the Office Lagoon, but we've had issues being able to find a vendor for the catchable channel catfish for urban fishing stocking. So those haven't been stocked in some time. We're still trying to work on that. 12,000 non-vulnerable channel catfish were stocked this year, 21,000 advanced fingerling largemouth bass, 900 pike. No walleye were stocked this year. We had an issue at one of our hatcheries. and lost some walleye there, so hopefully we'll be able to get those stocked again next year. As far as future regulations are going to be the status quo, there's nothing concerning I found in the survey that would make me want to try to propose regulations change. And stocking is going to be the same. I don't anticipate needing to change anything. Of course, it's all dependent on what the hatchery produces and what's available, so I can't predict that. And I have the next community fish survey scheduled for the spring of 2025. If I'm still the manager in charge of Wolf Lake. It will include all 3 pools this time, and I would like to do some northern pike trap netting in the spring and walleye spring night electric fishing at some point, as long as my scheduling allows. And
Did you find any white perch in your surveys?
I don't believe so.
Why are they in the Indiana side but not the Illinois side?
Again, I mean, we only sampled the main pool, so, and that pool isn't directly connected to the Indiana side, so, yeah.
Of the 20 species you found, both in it, the pumpkin seed jumped out. Is there anything out that jumped out to you?
Not necessarily, no. Yeah, that's all kind of what I expected to see. Were there any questions?
Oh, did you say the main pool is not connected to?
I don't believe it is. If we go back to one of the earlier slides, we'll be able to take. I know the state line pool is, there's a little channel there, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's a, I
There's a
mean,
very minor culvert, connecting because of the railroad tracks.
Like
There's
that little
railroad
tiny.
tracks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that you can
and
walk
it's-
across.
It's like not bigger than the table, kind of thing.
So
That's
essentially.
Yeah, so that actually,
That's the only
actually we have Indiana and Illinois to
Two
separate,
lakes, yeah,
to separate,
yeah,
because it is, divided by
by the.
tollway.
Right.
Yeah, weren't those supposed to have been removed though? Wasn't that like when they built the tollway, they were supposed to be temporary, but
Like,
yeah.
yep. That's what my history, when I dug through my notes, that's what it was supposed to happen, but it never.
And someone to do their due diligence to follow up on that, or someone pay a little money too.
So there aren't any other ways like to kayak underneath the tollway or.
I don't know about the tollway because my line ends at that direct north-south state line road. So I can only speak to the west.
Yeah. I caught you quickly.
I've taken a canoe from Illinois to Indiana, if there were 2 portages, but if there were connections, as I recall, it was just you couldn't get a canoe under it
Right.
because of the bridge,
Height.
bridge height. They were connected,
Because I thought,
somewhat.
Yeah, there is one, again, a man-made, you're right, there's a man-made one, but it's like even half the size of the table. Where it's just enough so that you couldn't drive like a UTV or a truck over, because we had issues with people doing that. So now there's barricades on the land side, but then, there's just a metal footbridge that goes over it, very, very small way.
Right, but the
Oh,
big
that's the
could-
one.
Between the
Yeah.
pool,
I don't know what
attached.
water, with the water heights and all that, I don't know.
That I agree, that I agree.
Well, it's as big as the connection between the power line. You say it can't move in both like, then you're gonna have to connect power line to both like.
I defer to fish to them.
I think it's just that everybody knows, so they.
I think the only
I think there were a
isolated
couple
pool,
questions
unless
in the
something
chat.
has changed, is the northwest pool. That one was isolated unless someone dug something recently, and you have to ignore flooding to find the question. But I think it's possible for all the other.
Okay, yeah,
pools to be
so,
connected.
for the folks online, Steve Sillick doesn't come out for Wolf Lake. It doesn't mean I couldn't invite him. It's just our schedules are so tight that a lot of times, we're not able to work together on Wolf Lake or Powderhorn, but there's other times when we work together. I really like Steve. He's a great guy. I think that's the only question. So, yeah.
I had one quick question. I know they mentioned that they were doing bid surveys in Indiana. Is there any thoughts of maybe trying to get some aquatic plant for bid surveys kind of coincide with the survey?
It would be ideal. Staffing is just the main issue right now. Especially in Region 2, because there's only myself and Andy for the whole region, the lake biologists, and we have one technician, and then Tristan's a streams biologist, so it's really tough right now to to get done what we're already getting done.
I just feel like that's a perfect opportunity to hire some college students to come in for 3 months in the summertime. They can work on a program, get experience, decide whether they want to go into career environmental science, and and that's not even a big expense, because you're not doing benefits. So like, we need to get like on the horn with IDNR, start talking, writing letters at the governor or something, because I don't even think that would be that big of an expense.
What I can see about all of the water resources, what push the messaging.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm Jeremy, I also work but I'm really new in learning all this.
Because that just seems like a perfect dovetail, like you could give kids experience and it gets you warm bodies that are out there that can do it. I'm sure there are some aquatic botanists who are down at U of I or some of the other, land grant colleges in the state who'd be happy to participate in something like that.
Give us the list, where do we write to, so we can, you have to have a plan, it's a great appointment.
You survey Lake Calumet?
I do not. We do have the aquatic nuisance species team out there whenever they're doing the SIM. I forget what it stands for, but they're monitoring for invasive carp out there every May and October. So they're doing electrofishing surveys around there. They have commercial fishermen running seines in there to monitor for aging carp. So they have data on that, but I don't do any surveys out there.
So how did those white perch get in the Wolf Lake watershed? Did they come from the St. Lawrence Seaway? Because they weren't there 40, 50 years ago. I just remember bluegill and pumpkin seeds and white, there were a lot of yellow perch in Wolf Lake too. Seemed like those didn't go down, so I don't know where they came from.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'd have to do a little bit more digging just because I'm not as familiar.
Because they're real aggressive. If we put our bait down walleye fishing, you might see 6 of the white perch come and just grab the bait, and then you can't catch the walleye because they're stealing the bait, and then they're quite taking, forage fish away from your walleyes and bass too. So they're like voracious eaters. They swarm.
They are in Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, Great Lakes, so it's stone's throw away from there for intentional, unintentional introductions. In Indiana, we do have them in the Kankakee Watershed, so there's a variety of lakes that they continue to pop up in.
Tom, have they showed any signs that Asian carp's getting in Lake Michigan yet, or the shocking that's over there by river system?
Not in the Indiana portion, Illinois. So I was saying he's more familiar with that connection there.
They've gotten, we had one that we collected in Lake Cal, not this past summer, but the summer before. But there's no established population up there. I think we've gotten 3 or 4 since 2010, and that's over miles and miles of gill net set, hundreds of hours of electrofishing. So
they're still continuing with that fishing down there.
Yeah.
They're taking them somewhere else and processing them, or
yeah, so I used to work on that before this position, and so those fish all get sent to processors for dog food and fertilizer and all that stuff. So yeah, they usually take out 2 million pounds a year ish. So
And they're talking now about like remarketing it, rebranding
Yeah,
it,
it's the goal.
like changing the name, because they eat it in other parts of the world, so. For like, was it Chilean sea bass or whatever? It was another one.
We have time for one more question. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have the Jane Heaney.
Yep.
It's a recipient of the Elizabeth Morris Senior Charitable Book Trust Fellowship. I don't know why they still call it a fellowship, but
It's okay. I don't care what it's called. It was money and I got it from kids. Don't like that. All right. Okay, are you sure? Because I'm pretty loud. And I think I project better without the microphone, but I'll leave it up to you. I like to move around. Are you getting sound okay?
Is she on the line?
Do you need me to speak in the
People
microphone?
have been responding to
Okay.
the, up there, yeah.
All right, here I am. I guess I'm doing this for the Zoom thing. I feel like my voice carries better when I do just speaking, but that's okay. All right, so hi, I'm Jane Healy. I am a teacher at nearby St. Francis de Sales High School, which is a Catholic high school just down the road on Ewing. It's right over the Indiana line. I've been teaching there for 5 years, and it's a great little school. So if you have, high school students in the area or people looking for high school, have them check out our school. All right, so you can go to the next slide. So when I've been kind of involved with the stuff with the Wolf Lake Initiative, I've really been enjoying that, and I've been learning a lot about this community. I already knew a fair amount about the Calumet just because Calumet region, because I'm a member of the Field Museum and I live in Blue Island, and I do a lot of work on the Calumet Waterway and the Calsec Trail. And I've been doing that for probably 20 years now. So, so I'm kind of familiar with the region, but I've learned so much about Wolf Lake, which I knew about, but did not know anywhere near what I've learned in the last several years with the stuff that I've gained from being part of the Wolf Lake Initiative. So one of the things that Michael was really encouraging some of the teachers that were involved in that, like, hey, you need to apply for this grant, you need to apply for this grant. And I originally I was thinking, I don't know how that would fit in. I don't know how that would fit into my curriculum or how I could build it into my program, but we're going to talk a little bit about this. So you can go to the next slide for me. So COVID-19 hit. And when COVID-19 hit, we had to do this big shift about how we taught. A lot of stuff was online, and I was trying to find ways that I could get kids involved that were both in session, because we had some kids that were physically in class, and then kids who were at home. And so what I did was, I heard about a thing through the EPA called the RISE Challenge. Next slide, please. Called the RISE Challenge. And it was through the EPA and the Illinois Environmental Educators Association. And they were encouraging students to do research on a water themed problem in their community and to come up with some solutions. And so you can go to the next slide. So originally we were working through Zoom, and the kids are getting together and we're trying to come up with some ideas. And this was all of my biology students at the time. And initially they were really concerned about Lake Michigan, because at this point in time, the Michigan water levels were at significantly high levels, like super, super high levels. And so we were seeing flooding in our local community. We were seeing flooding at the, at the Calumet Park, with the beach house being completely almost inundated. The beach was almost gone, and kids were seeing that impact in their daily lives. But this was also the year that we had a lot of rain bombs and a lot of rain that happened, particularly in the early summer and late spring. And we ended up having, kids were looking at this Lake Michigan thing and thinking, like, how do I come up with a solution for this? And, I, as an adult, I'm like, there's no way we can take Lake Michigan, because there's no way we're going to effectuate change. But that's a learning process for kids, right? That's a learning process where kids are like, how do we come up with a solution? And so they were the ones who came up with this idea, we need to shift. And so we thought, okay, well, what are problems in our community? So they started contacting our local aldermen in the area for where our kids are feeding from. And there turns out there was a lot of issues with flooding, basement flooding and backyard flooding and alley flooding. And so that's where our focus changed to. And then the kids started to develop, they did a lot of research. They got GIS data from the city's 311. They got a lot of data from the Water Reclamation District. And they did a lot of research. They contacted, again, the aldermen to do some follow-up information. And you can go back, please. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, so, and the result was that we ended up putting together this presentation. They had to do budgeting. They had to do what their solutions would be. And the result was that we ended up winning it, which is the next slide. So we ended up winning the RISE Challenge, woohoo! And so we represented Illinois, and it was a really, really neat opportunity. And the kids took a ton of pride. And considering we were doing this all remotely, I was like super proud of what the kids had been able to accomplish. We did our presentation the following school year. The kids had to take ownership for it, and it was really impressive and inspiring for the kids. So then we had this great success. Where do we go next, right? And I didn't really know where to go with this. You can tap again. I think the photos will load up. There we go. Okay. So as part of this, we had to offer these workshops, training the community about how to solve some of these problems. And our solution was disconnect the downspouts that go directly to sewers in our houses, which is a huge issue on the east side of Chicago, and install rain barrels and try to find other ways to divert water so that it doesn't go into the storm sewers, so that it doesn't back up into people's basements. Go ahead. So we were talking, and now the shift has begun a little bit since we're no longer on COVID. The shift has gone a little more towards my environmental club. We started talking about some environmental justice issues that happen on the east side. And one of please don't advance it until I tell you. Thank you. And one of the things that came up was the kids were talking about the fact that we have a lot of natural areas because I take them out at least once a week, once a month to do a hike. And they knew that there was a lot of nice natural areas, but they also knew that there were a lot of industrialization. And of course, that's part of the heritage of the areas that we have this industrial past. Go ahead, next one. All right, so with some discussion and some research, we decided that we wanted to do something that would reflect on some of those maybe environmental issues that have been long-term in the area. And through the kids' research and doing some stuff, doing some searches on the Tribune, they come up with air quality. Air quality's been, I don't know if you guys remember, like the coal ash dust stuff that was going on and some of the work of some of the local environmental groups. And they decided they wanted to do maybe something with like air quality or also with land pollution. And they also maybe wanted to just explore a little bit more about what was driving what some of the history of this stuff that was going on. Let's go to the next slide. And so I totally unbeknownst to the kids and totally separate, I heard about this thing about an air quality class that was being offered by an educational service, and I decided to take it. And so I did that in February 2023, and that coincided very nicely with Michael saying, hey, you really should apply for this grant. And I thought, oh, dang, like that's what we should do, because the kids are already talking about air quality, and I thought this sounds like a really cool program. So I did this. Go ahead, next slide. And this is what we ended up with. We ended up with this kit. This is the sensor. I'm moving away from the mic. Okay, so this is the sensor. This is literally the sensor. It's purposely done in a clear container so kids can see the technology involved in it. And this does real-time air quality sensing, high quality sensing, I might add. And it's portable and communicates with any portable phone, any cell phone. And so we are working on now starting to collect data about local air quality. We said we were going to do it at least 4 times this year. We've already done it twice, but I'm hoping we could do more than that. I'm hoping we could maybe do 6 to 8 times. So whenever we take hikes in the area, we are running this data. Okay, next slide. And this is showing you, this is from the actual company website. This is showing you how the data can be, it does GIS data. It gives you particulate sizes that you can't see this because it's microscopic from here, but and it shows you where the air quality peaks, where they had problems, where the yellow zones were when you're mapping it. And it shows you some of the places in the United States where we're doing data collection. Of course, Chicago is now one of them because we're part of that. Go ahead, click the next one. And this was another map where you can see you could do it with satellite data too. So the data was collected right here in someone's like backyard. They did this sort of like the data through this little area. And in a very short period of time, they got a lot of pretty clear data. They were in the yellow zone. They've got the particulate sizes and they can literally beam this up. And my students now have the ability to communicate with actual air quality scientists. They can communicate with them one-to-one, and the scientists have been fantastic about responding when kids have questions. Usually takes 24 to 48 hours, but I mean, I meet with my kids once a week, so that's fine. You know, they send out the request and usually they get a response within a couple of days. But I just want to, the technology is freaking amazing these days. And the fact that I can have a really high quality air testing monitor, and I have 3 of these now through the grant, we can start collecting this data. And these are small enough and I feel comfortable enough that I can send these home with kids. So I could say, hey, why don't you do the testing from your walk home from school? Or maybe why don't you do something at your local park? Or maybe you should do your kitchen and do some air quality testing. And so there's lots of opportunities that we're going to be pursuing with this. And I hope to use these for many years to come. Go ahead, one more slide, I think. Okay, so what are the benefits? This is real science. It's working with real scientists. It's hands-on use of technology. It's working with data, which I think is really powerful for kids. They're learning about their community because they're doing resource. They're learning about GIS and data, spazzing now, the grid placement, where you're talking about where you are in space, working with maps and working with satellite images. Always a benefit to be outdoors in nature, in my opinion. Get them outside, get them outside, get them outside. I know you get that too with your Boy Scouts. It's really, really important, your Cub Scouts, sorry. And then, I think one of the other things is I really want to encourage my kids. There's a lot of depression when kids start thinking about the environment. And I think we don't take that into account because maybe you don't come across teenagers a lot, but teenagers are very worried about environmental issues, and not just in my environmental club, which obviously is a biased sample, but my students are very concerned about the environment. They're very concerned about the future. They're very angry at sort of the older generation for putting them in this situation where they don't feel like they have a lot of alternatives. And I feel when you do stuff like this, in giving them data, they can start using that as a springboard where they can start effectuating change. So they've already established relationships with our local aldermen, and they have the ability to contact those people and start having conversations. Maybe it's a letter writing campaign, maybe it's doing some educational pieces, but there are opportunities for kids to become empowered instead of feeling fatalistic about it. And I feel like that's just a huge, huge plus that comes from this and working with data. So that's my introduction here. I think that's everything, right? Go ahead, next one. I think is just my contact information. If anyone has questions about how to get in touch with me. And I am grateful for this opportunity. I am grateful to this grant. There's no way I would have been able to afford these monitors and the stuff that came with it and the educational opportunities that I've had. And yet I think it's so important and so powerful. So thank you to, Elizabeth Morris Charitable Trust for putting this together for us, and also for Ollie for supporting it and being the sort of the sponsor of it. So thank you.
No, I'm not, yeah.
I spoke really fast because I know we're short on time. Go ahead.
I love the presentation, everything. So I'm Maya with the Calumet College. We've been doing some work with some of the environmental justice community on the south side of Chicago and also 3 counties and
Yeah, it's
I'd
important stuff.
love to
Yeah, let's
connect so that we can figure out.
We'll connect. We'll get done. I'm gonna like corner you, get your business card.
Yeah, have you taken Lake Calumet then?
I have not this year. I've not taken them to Lake Calumet. We've been to Big Marsh, we've been to Beaubien Woods, we've been to Calumet Beach, we've been to Wolf Lake along the trail, like where the nature center is, the little environmental center that's what do you call it? The one where they have the bridge and they have thank you, the lawn. Okay.
No, gone.
Oh,
City of Hammond removed it.
oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Illinois side. Thank you though. Thank you for that clarification. But, and we've been to the Marion Burns. We've been to Marion Burns. We hiked over there too.
You haven't been to Eggers?
Oh yeah, we go to Eggers all the time.
Oh,
Because Eggers, we can walk to Eggers, so we do that. And that's not even a ride, but we go to Eggers multiple times a year. And I try to take them there seasonally because I think it's important that they see it in different seasons.
Right.
And we see that kind of progression. And of course, Eggers, that's like our backyard. So I feel like Eggers is like, that's like they're in our back pocket. We always got that when we need it.
Great.
All right, so other questions? Yes.
Very outstanding work. Thank you so much. We have resources at the table that has like a 1-pager for grants that you will keep
Okay.
very easily to like install like pollinator gardens.
We have a pollinator garden. We have a butterfly garden in our
Or
backyard.
you can answer.
Yeah, but I'd love more information. And I really feel like there's just so many opportunities, and we're talking about environmental justice too. Like we do a lot of food pantry work, and we want to get a grant. We're kind of working through the city right now, but we want to get a grant to do a vegetable garden in the front of the school that people could just like walk up and food if they need it. So, yeah, so like we're always looking for money. Like we're a Catholic school, so we have nothing. Like, there's $0, but
Also field trip grants up to $500 per teacher, so you could take them to lots of green spaces.
yes.
Cook County has the nature bus too.
Okay. They
Cook
come.
County has.
Isn't that for grade school though? I thought it was like K-8, but I might be wrong. So, right.
Cook County.
bus?
Yeah.
The nature bus, yeah, but I think it's like the portable learning station.
No,
right now.
it's a
That's
bus
different?
that will take you to, so Cub Scouts have done it and we've gone to
Oh, okay.
Brookfield too, but they paid for the tickets and the bus.
Nice, because I desperately want to take my biology kids to the dunes.
Right.
And I'd like to take them to the new, national, thing, and it's expensive, and so I'm trying to figure out, because like, we used to be able to go to the Indian dunes and they'd give us like, nothing, like there was no charge, like they would pay for the bus, that was it, but And now I'm like, I wanna do that,
The
so.
nature bus, I think, can go to Morton Arboretum and.
Okay, cool. Other cool places, awesome.
One
One
question.
more question, oh, there's another question, Alan, you had a question as well?
What does it measure exactly?
It measures particulates, and it measures, like 2 microns, it measures 10 microns, and it can measure larger. And I didn't turn it on, I should have turned it on, because we could have been doing data collection here. But it'll start, it's trying, right now it's telling me it's trying to sync with this, I don't have the app open, but it'll sync with my phone, and we can start collecting data, so I'll pass it around if you wanna see it.
So it's particulate size, that's. what-
Yes, it's measuring particulate size, yeah, so it's not, I mean, it's a portable thing, right? It's not gonna be measuring, I can't get super like how much carbon dioxide or sulfur dioxide is in the air, it doesn't do that. But it does do particulate size, and the kit, I had brought the kit, it's really nicely designed. It has a shop vac in it, like a little handheld vacuum with filters, and so when we use it, we turn the filters on and we can actually gather particulates that way as well that have settled. And then we can take that and we can look at that under microscopes, and we can have conversations about that too. So I haven't pursued that as much as I need to, but that's like on my list of things to do. It's just, you reach a point where it's just like, I'm still trying to do everything else that I do at school, and that I'm not sitting around on my laurels. I'm like at that school like all the time, and sometimes you have to like, I just need to go home today. Yeah,
How much
so.
of it, last question, how much they run?
The whole kit with the three sample things and all of the learning materials was a little under $1,000. And it comes in a really well-designed kit. It comes with everything you need. So there's no barriers. I mean, it comes with rubber bands and index cards, which I'm like, wow, everything. It's designed by a group of educators, and the company that it's coming through, which is Educational Resources, specializes in doing kits that are like grab and go, like they are ready to go. Like everything you need is in the thing. It's got the dust buster in there. It's got the filters. I actually have 2 boxes of filters because I bought more because I thought with this grant we might be using more, but and I'll set it up and you can see it. I'll lay it out. So during the break, you can check it out. All right, we had a question. EPA will be collecting a lot of data. Okay, Shroud, cool. I would love to talk about, super fun sites. Okay. Oh, just people commenting. Okay. So, I do feel like, I'll stop. Okay. So if anyone has any questions, meet me at the break. All right. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have Lee's Coffee, science teacher at Hammond Central High School. And her husband, David Coffee, former space science teacher at Hammond Central.
So good morning.
Good morning.
We're very happy to be here. Again, we would like to thank the Elizabeth Morris Genius Charitable Trust Fellowship for this opportunity. I had received a request from our superintendent, actually. He sent it out to all the teachers when Michael had sent the letter about the fellowship. And so I thought this would be a great opportunity for my AP environmental class. And then my husband does the technical side of things. And so he'll be presenting as well. So we are going to be doing macro invertebrate sampling at Wolf Lake, and a macroinvertebrate is just basically an organism that doesn't have a backbone, and you can see it with the aid of without the aid of a microscope. You can see it with your eyes. And then these are just some examples that we may find or may not find. That's just to show you what examples of macroinvertebrates could be. Why should we sample? Because they're an indicator of the biological health of a body of water. And also, depending on the species you find, also is an indicator of potential pollutants that could be in the water. So we have water quality indicators that we'll be classifying the macros on. We have group 1, which is the sensitive group. If you could click, please. Yeah, they are intolerant organisms, so they are not able to withstand like the pollution, and so that would indicate that you would have good water quality. And so the caddisfly, the mayfly, the stonefly are all examples of sensitive or good water quality. Then there's the group, the middle group, the tolerant group. They indicate fair water quality, and they are group 2 organisms, and then group 3 organisms are tolerant organisms or poor water quality. And these indicators are from the EPA. This is how EPA ranks their macros. So what should we be looking for in Wolf Lake? Ideally, we are looking for group 1 macros that would indicate that there's not a lot of pollution in there. However, with the toll road running through there and all the traffic and the salt and everything, we would think that there would be group 2 or group 3 macros in that as well. There have been some previous macro sampling events. So in 1981, there was a survey done at 5 stations. The macros were only found in the Wolf Lake Channel, and the sediment sample analysis indicated that there were high concentration of metals. So that could have been leading to that.
Did you find what metals were in that?
We haven't done any sampling.
Yeah, so it could be in the report.
Okay,
Right.
I
Yeah.
just wondering if you had found that or not.
Right.
Okay.
So yes, they have the metals listed in the report. And then in May and August of 1993, the Illinois State Water Survey did macro sampling, and they discovered that there were intolerant and tolerant species in Wolf Lake. So where are we going to sample? These are potential sample locations. Of course, it's based on accessibility. And so we would like to sample 2 in the channel, and then 1 where the channel is actually meeting Wolf Lake, because research indicates that there tends to be more macros in that area. There will be 3 samples along the toll road, 1 near the boat ramp, 1 near the community park, and then 1 in the south end where the vegetation is.
Okay, so, prior, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so we are going to be sampling water quality characteristics. Prior to sampling the macros, we have a Vernier LabQuest 2 data logger and probes. And I just learned of a new grant where we might be able to get a LabQuest 3, which has
Go girl.
advanced features. So we're gonna try and go for a LabQuest 3.
Yeah, so the way this works is it's a plug and play. This is the pH sensor. This is the data logger. Very nice piece of equipment. I can run up to 3 tests at one time, but you just plug it in, put it in whatever you want to do, and it runs. Have a chip in here, dog, we have to save it. We download it or upload it into the computer, and she's going to use it in ArcView and GIS. So go ahead.
So the students will be using the data to create maps in GIS. And so like Jane, Esri has free software, educational software that you can use. And so the students are able to make GIS maps with that. Okay, so the different parameters that we're going to be testing for are pH, temperature, dissolved oxygen, conductivity, and turbidity. And so I'm sure we're familiar with a lot of these terms, but what pH is going to tell us is whether the water obviously is acidic, basic, or neutral. The temperature, as you watch temperature over time, an increase or a decrease in temperature can harm the aquatic organisms. When we measure the dissolved oxygen, research indicates that low values below 5 milligrams per liter are considered stressful, especially for fish and other macros. And so that could be an indicator of why we are not finding specific species in an area. Conductivity, The conductivity, yes, will increase as salinity increase, so conductivity is measuring the salt ions.
Concentration of salt ions, tell us, the
And
higher conductivity, the higher the concentration.
Right.
And we added that on at the last minute, thinking that the toll road ran through that there. We should probably test for that as
Right.
well.
That's really smart.
And then we have turbidity, and that it measures the concentration of suspended particles in the water, and increase in suspended particles can affect water chemistry and microbiology.
Also, we're gonna see if there's a correlation between the DO and the temperature. I'm sure there is, so we're
Yeah,
gonna point that out as well.
And then the last test that we added on was coliform E. coli. And so we are just going to be checking to see if there's any fecal matter in the water. It's just an additional test that we're doing. But once these parameters have been measured and recorded in the field, then we can actually begin the sampling. So we modeled our sampling procedure after the 2017 National Lakes Assessment Field Operations Manual prepared by the EPA. And we're going to be collecting our samples in the littoral zone. We're not going out into the lake. We're just going to do it all along the shoreline. So the first thing that we're going to do is determine the physical habitat. Obviously, we'll have many different data sheets that we'll be recording data on. We'll record the weather, and then to actually sample the macros, you have to enter the water body and disturb the sediment underneath where the macros are living by kicking it.
We also have to sample the vegetation mats.
Yes, yeah, we'll do that too. And then while you're kicking up the material, you collect with what's called a D-net or a dip net. And then you do that over 1 meter, like as you're kicking up, you're collecting your sample over 1 meter, and then you empty that contents into a number 35 sieve over a 5-gallon bucket. And there, what you're gonna do is you're gonna take your debris out. You have to rinse it off with lake water to make sure you're not losing any of those macros. Okay.
There was a comment in the chat.
Oh, okay, so EPA has a macroinvertebrates lake sampling protocol.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
We have
right,
that.
the National Lakes, right, and it's modeled after the National Lake Assessment. Okay, thank you.
And then we've had that done.
If you could advance, please. So then, yeah, so then we are rinsing all the macros off the leaves and the twigs and things like that and pulling that out. And then you put your sample in the mason jar, and then you have to fill it with 95% ethanol. And the reason behind this is, and I read, is because there are other macros that will eat the other macros. And so you have to euthanize them and preserve them right away so that you get an accurate count.
Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Also, we're gonna be sampling any of the leaf mats that are out there. There's a lot of vegetation on the south end, so we'll be following protocols on how to sample that for macros. So we've been doing a lot of research on how to do this.
And then we move into, after we collect our samples, we move into the actual lab procedures. And again, we looked at the EPA for that. You have to keep your samples at room temperature until you analyze them, which is good. We don't have a refrigerator big enough. And then you have to decant the alcohol. If by chance there are over 500 organisms found, then you randomly select 10%. And we actually ordered forceps for the kids so that they're not using their fingers. So, and then when you are done, you return the remaining material into the original sampling container. So for identifying purposes, you put your sample in a petri dish, and it's really helpful if you have a white piece of paper underneath your petri dishes, and that's where you can go and you can start sorting. And then we also are going to have to look at some of them under a microscope just to make sure we're counting the number of legs correctly, and that type of characteristics. Students are going to identify organisms to the genus taxonomic level. And then for the smaller macros, like I said, we will have slide mounts.
So are you doing these on dissecting scopes or are you doing these on true microscopes?
Just true, microscopes. Yep,
Regular
yep.
compound?
Okay, so then there will be a worksheet that we'll be filling out that has the number of organisms, and then we're going to create a reference collection with at least one specimen from each genus. Yep. Okay, and then this is just an example of the National Lakes Assessment tabular sheet that they use. I will create something more specific for our students. And then for the results, so this is kind of twofold. So one, David and I are going to be doing the sampling prior to students sampling so that we get all the procedures down and we really have it down pat when we take the students out into the field.
Well, we're gonna actually approach it from a very scientific approach, and we want to write a paper after this and hopefully get it published.
Nice.
But that's separate from what we're doing with the kids, but the kids are also included.
Right, so the students portion, they are going to prepare GIS maps showing the quantity and identification of macros for each sample location. So again, they're going to have to use aerial photographs. We're going to have to get our GPS coordinates, which the LabQuest 3 has that built in, or we can, okay, so we can get it with the LabQuest 2 as well. And so then they can use that data to prepare these maps. We are going to compare and contrast the results we obtain with prior investigation sampling results, and then students are going to write a comprehensive lab report. One thing that David and I both feel very strongly about is preparing students for college. And so students don't know how to write lab reports. And so we'll give them a template for them to follow, and I'll walk them through the process so that they can learn how to write a formal lab report. So we will be collecting our first set of samples either in the fall or very early spring, depending on when we get our equipment. We had to go through the school board to get our grant approved, and so that wasn't done till like the middle of October. And so we just now started ordering all of our equipment.
But there's two probes we're missing, the conductivity and the temperature. If they get in quickly enough, I plan on getting out this fall.
Yeah, just so we can,
Compare fall and spring.
Right, right. And then students are going to test parameters and collect samples in April, and then they will have a report by June 1st. The AP students take an exam every year, which I think is like May 9th. And so they'll have all the rest of May with nothing to do. So this is really great. They're really going to be working their butts off in May. And then on the budget, I just wanted to throw our budget up there. We worked it out to where we could get a lot of equipment. There are a couple things that we'll get smaller priced items, but the 5 gallons of ethanol is $130. Wow. But yeah.
One of the probes was 140.
Yeah. So, yep.
Oh my God, that's probably cheaper than buying it at the liquor store. So.
Yeah, I know. So, okay, so that concludes our presentation.
I have a and on the sensor, your vernier, the biosample, the probe, is that portable?
Yes, it's portable.
Okay, that's good. It has to be portable, otherwise.
Right.
Yeah. So you cannot get the accurate.
Exactly.
Right.
Also, when actually you said the conductivity.
Yeah.
As a measure of salinity, Yeah, actually, if we're gonna measure conductivity, it actually, yes, it does measure some just the sodium, but it's not the only one. You also have those calcium, magnesium, all kind of cations out of the salt.
Right.
So I would actually just suggest you actually gonna just measure salinity.
Okay.
So that salinity device is also not very expensive. You actually can just buy it.
Yeah, I think that probe is like $60.
Also, for the preserve, so you don't have to spend that money for the add-on. You can easily go to just the drugstore, buy the isopropyl rubbing alcohol, that's usually 70%. And then usually you don't have to put it in the 95% because actually it actually gonna harm, it will damage it because concentration is too high.
Okay.
Yeah, so normally you use the 30%. So what you're gonna do is, what I do is, that's 70%, so I'm gonna mix it with 1-to-1 with the distilled water. Yeah, so make the 35%, that's enough.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to comment on the temperature that they're typically in aquatic system, there's a very steep gradient of temperature. So the surface may be at 25 centigrade and 4 inches down, 10 centimeters down, it's at 50.
Right.
So how are you gonna measure temperature?
Well, I'm gonna be in the water, not just. Yeah.
Yeah, you're actually in the Indiana side, right?
Yeah,
The water is not very deep. It's about the knee high. And actually, I did that 20 years ago, at the both at the bottom and just.
Right.
But that was not much.
I'm gonna do 3 in the column, whatever the depth is.
Well, it depends on the season, wind.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
All
right,
the things,
right.
actually,
And
we
we'll
did
have
it
all
from
that
the April,
information.
all the way, actually, to the October. But, yes, there are some variation in that, but surprisingly, it's not much of just that statistically significant variation.
I know that's a very shallow lake and it turns over somewhere in the deeper parts, but I want to get out there before that happens.
Only part you actually you see the difference is that there are some the holes here and there. Usually you see the lily pad in there. Those areas actually you see the difference in the temperature. Right. In the most of them.
Shallow.
Yeah, I didn't
think so. Yeah.
Make a difference.
Yeah, I didn't think it was just too shallow.
So there are 3 comments in the chat. I don't know their questions, they just are things your students might want to involve in.
And will those comments be captured in the recording? The chat comments?
They're not in the recording, but you can download at the end if you want me to download them.
Okay, because it'd be helpful if you share them with at least the educators, because we could then take them and leverage them, but like we're doing the presentation, we can't capture that. So if you could take screenshots even, that'd be great.
Okay, was there on there? Oh, okay, so, yes, so, yes, so students, yeah, I do have sophomores. I have mostly sophomores and seniors in my AP class. But we are going to get the students involved in presenting because the school board is asking for a presentation as well.
They're gonna have hands-on equipment, everything.
Right.
Cool. Right, and you'll have that forever now, that equipment, that's
Right,
nice, like
right.
you use it for years, and not just for years.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'd also like to thank you for the cut.
Yeah.
Without that, it wouldn't have been possible.
Right.
All right, thank you. We're running a little bit late. We had a 5-minute break, but instead of that, you could just stand up and sit down. Now we're going to be talking about the watershed-wide approach to illegal dumping. And right now we're seeking funding, and we're about halfway there with the funding. The project would be about 25,000. And I would just like to read the or let me give you some examples of the project. Ollie seeks to reduce the amount of illegal dumping on the thousands of acres that comprise the bi-state Wolf Lake watershed in northwest Indiana and southeast Chicago and suburbs. The effort includes working with watershed managers, private and public landowners, public health officials, and other government agencies to remove debris from watershed property and sometimes from abandoned and or adjacent property. Reducing fly dumping will be a major concern. Joe Kruschek has been a volunteer of Ollie for the past 10 years. And as mentioned before, for the last 8 years, he and his nephew have removed more than 2,000 discarded tires and wheels. A wheel is a lot heavier than the tire, by the way. But they removed those from the Indiana portion of the watershed. This new project will allow Kruschek to expand cleanup efforts to the full watershed area. He will become a paid part-time director and will oversee a staff of volunteers he recruits, providing them with work gloves and other necessary work attire. The program's primary beneficiaries will be the 3.4 million people who are neighbors of the watershed. This cleanup, major cleanup, will be conducted by Ollie, but with the hope at the end of the 12 months, the 6 bi-state watershed managers will take full responsibility for future cleanups of the watershed. Those 6 bi-state managers represent the cities of Hammond and Chicago, Lake County, Indiana, the Forest Preserve District of Cook County, and the Illinois and Indiana Departments of Natural Resources. The watershed consists of the following bodies of water: Bi-State Wolf Lake, 804 surface acres; George Lake, 148 acres; Powderhorn Lake, 35 acres; Indian Creek, about 1.2 miles; in Eggers Grove, southwest Pond, I think about 40 acres, and the adjacent land brings the total to more than 3.4 thousand acres. Just a history of the Association of the Wolf Lake. It was established in 1999 to serve as the lead organization for the 8.9 million restoration of the Wolf Lake shoreline. Actually, since efforts failed to do the Illinois side of it, the work was actually 6.9 million, but we tried.
Why did the Illinois side not get done? Is it just because of politics or what?
I would think politics, yeah. And some really wrenching meetings we've had over that back in 2000. Several years later, Ollie served as the lead organization for the 2.9 million cleanup of the bi-state 11.5 acre Calumet container site in Hammond, and a sliver of it was in Chicago. Ollie was incorporated in 2003 with its mission to protect and enhance the Wolf Lake watershed. It received its 501c3 status in 2004. And as earlier stated, Ollie serves a population base of 3.4 million people. And it's headquartered at Calumet College of St. Joseph. That's a good place. Ollie pursues three goals. First, resolve bi-state concerns affecting the Wolf Lake watershed by convening bi-state meetings of government agencies, government officials, business and industry, and local educational, civic, and environmental groups and individuals. And I think we just covered just about all those areas today. This major it's also is to promote Wolf Lake and the surrounding natural areas and advocate for improvement and restoration of the watershed's resources. This major cleanup effort grew out of a meeting earlier this year with me, Joe Krushek, and Mylan Kuzemski, director of the Hammond Port Authority. They will speak, I don't know if Mylan's here, but the rest will speak next. And the final speaker will be Jeremy Strickland, Director of Community Outreach for the Illinois DNR. He reminds me that according to the Illinois General Assembly, it is illegal to dump, deposit, or place garbage, rubbish, trash, or refuse upon real property not owned by that person without the consent of the owner or person in possession of the real property. A lawyer wrote this. A person who violates this service is guilty of the Class B misdemeanor for which the court must impose a minimum fine of $500. And so the next speaker is Joe, and I asked him, he's had a lot of experience in garbage removal, just not tires and wheels. And he has some experience in fly dumping, and I just wanted to describe a little bit of what he's done in the past. Joe.
Thanks, Mike. Just briefly, most of the fly dumping, illegal dumping has stopped. When the Hammond Port Authority bought the property, when the bike trails got put in, 129th Street and 112th at Eggers was blocked off for illegal dumpers to get their vehicles in there. But the problem is we're trying to clean up maybe 50, 60 years of illegal dumping before that got blocked off. And it's extensive. It's, I think we've got 2,150 tires out of the lake, starting from Eggers in the north. So 136th Street, where the Luke station is, there's illegal dumping back there. We've got a pile behind 136, the Luke station is a Wolf Lake Watershed back there. And there's a nice little pond with beavers in it and wildlife, but there was still illegal dumpers getting in through the Wolf Lake terminals. And we found our tire tracks in there. And then I contacted the property owners, which are in South Bend, and Kelly Construction in Hammond has a project going back there now where a warehouse is supposed to be going in, and they excavated all the property back there, and we were helping remove all the debris from them for volunteer, no expense to them, you know. And that pile is still there. I tried calling the company in South Bend, they're not responding, and Kelly Construction in Hammond's not responding either to get that pile of tires out. And it's not an issue now because the mosquito issue isn't here till maybe May of next year. But we want Lake County Health to get back there and make a report. If it's not removed by like May or June of next year, we'll give them a call, and they'll probably fine the property owners for not removing it in a timely fashion back there. But briefly, Mike, I'd say to the NIPSCO property southeast section of Eggers is still loaded. That's like a year cleanup back there. There's about 100 tires back there and associated car parts and trash bags that were collected over the last year. Those haven't been picked up. And Mike said he's gonna send another email out to NIPSCO to help us with that. And the Luke station is still pending. The only one out of the 3 hotspots that got cleaned up is the 129th project, and that was all trash and tires thrown into the trucking companies the last 50 years, and called Cook's Ditch on the south end of Wolf Lake. That's all was cleaned up and remediated, I think, in March of this year. And that was expedited because we mentioned it at the mayor's night out meeting, and they had it cleaned up the next day. So that's the extent of it. So you put pressure on them, they'll clean it up. So we have to keep pressure on everybody. So we're still working. We're not finding big caches of tires anymore from the trucking companies, but there's still random fly dumping back there. Someone will come on 129th at 2 in the morning and just go around the gates, which are closed, and just dump a couple tires out there. I notify Mike Dawson from the Port Authority, and he cleans it up right away. So I'd say 95% of the legal dumping is stopped. We're just, again, cleaning up stuff from the last 60 years, and it's taken a long time. We've been at this 8 years already, and we're over the hill cleaning it up. But it's worthwhile. I mean, the lake looks a lot better, and the tires were getting. It was bad because the truck tires, if you can imagine, a truck tire filled with mud, and then the steel rim is in it. And it's not aluminum either. I mean, it's heavy. It's a couple 100 pounds, and we devised ways with like shackles to dislodge them out of the mud, and then kind of bring them to the shoreline, let them dry out for a few days, and then notify the Port Authority or Hammond authorities that what location is to pick them up. So hopefully we could get this all finished up the next year. Like I don't know, it's an ongoing effort all the time. So.
Only is that with like
There's some
come-alongs?
Question.
Oops.
Those are from the last speaker.
Oh, that's from Lee. And,
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're running late, Mike. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And Jeremy?
Yeah, I could just kind of speak, want me to stay here?
I don't want you to come up here because everybody can't hear you then. Including those on the.
Again, I'm Jeremy Strickland. I work with Illinois DNR as the Director of Outreach and Community Engagement. I'm still fairly new in this role, so I have probably lots more questions than answers. But on that topic, a few things that I just kind of wanted to note is that we made this aware to our conservation police officers. I'm still learning, and I'd like to know more about those popular access points, because I think surveillance can help. I've found out even in some of my homes and some of the other properties that I manage, that sometimes if you put up like dummy cameras, sometimes it'll deter people from there. And then also placards that kind of talk about like a few sentences, just to give people the impression that they are being watched. I don't know if we have any surveillance going on out there or some of those more popular access points. So that's where I'm kind of making a statement, but also asking a question as well.
And that is what we'll find out.
Okay. But then I know they have like dummy cameras you can set up, and you'd be surprised how quick word gets around, because the construction business has really been picking up, especially since the pandemic, because there's lots of grants, there's lots of abandoned houses, and they're just looking for places to dump because the dump site prices have gone up exponentially. So I think surveillance. I also lean on, I know Nikki, she's been in this role and more familiar with this area for quite some time. And for those of you who don't know, Levi Bray, he's the site superintendent office. So if you suspect anyone or hear of anything, let us know. We'll be sure to get the word out. But I think if we can come up with a lot of money to, set up some dummy decals or some signage, I think that might help tremendously, because as long as people think they can get away with it, they're going to keep returning. And I bet my last nickel that often it probably will be like repeat offenders or people with the same construction company, because they hear like, oh, this site is sweet, there's no cameras.
Yeah, no one's gonna be.
And they're gonna
back there.
keep coming back and after that. And so we're dealing with that project, you know, in some of the, like Park District sites, in Chicago, where they're just dumping in these areas. The forest preserves of Cook County, also a huge interest and, concern for them as well. I don't think it'll ever go away, but I think, again, if we can scoop the heck out of those people, word will travel quick. Kind of like in some popular fishing spots, you get people that approach and illegally fish, but once they hear that there's a surveillance here, they kind of get their acts together quick. So that's my only take on it. Happy to talk further, but if we can maybe come up with a little bit of money to set up some stuff.
I think that.
Yeah.
And
Set up cameras.
we'll let you know if we have the money, because, if we get, more than we would requested, we could apply some of
And then
that.
I may just see if we can beg some folks in Springfield for some money, so. I guess
I
so.
don't see how dummy cameras spread the word.
I'm sorry?
I don't see how dummy cameras spread the word. I see how prosecuting dumpers spreads the word, but I don't see how putting up dummy cameras makes any difference.
Well, if those, okay, that's a really good point. I think it could be a combination of both, but I'm just saying, for those offenders, word will travel quick amongst themselves that, hey, they may have cameras set up here, so you may not, you know, kind of want to do it. So it may discourage them from doing that. But absolutely, on the LE side, you know, prosecuting those folks that do it. But I mean, what percentage of them are actually being caught? You know, is another question. I bet it's, what are you gonna say, Nikki?
I know the hunters are putting up cameras and assisting with LE right now.
Okay, so then, okay, and so, okay. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions or concerns, take them down to Springfield, and I report to the people that make it happen. So some of those concerns are a little bit above my pay grade. But happy to take what we're saying back down to those people that does not. Yes.
There's a comment in the chat.
Okay, Travis Wood, thank you. It says the Cook County Department of Environment and Sustainability Solid Waste Division can also assist with open dumping issues within suburban Cook County and in that area. Travis says that Travis used to work for that department and dealt a lot of open dumping. Okay, thanks, Travis.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Choi?
Yeah. Okay, so this is actually now then, that our, water monitoring, the long-term water monitoring project that was initiated by Mike. Yeah, last year about this time, actually Mike approached me, wanna actually do the, some kind of just a long-term monitoring of the water quality, of the water lake, mainly done by the just volunteers. Because we gotta just depend on the volunteers rather than the students, because the students are transient. So, then, so with that, their request, I actually came up with some of the parameters. So, when we actually came down to what kind of parameters they're gonna use. So I just came down into the some of just a few, actually doable, easily actually doable by those just the volunteers with minimum training. So I came up with just a few parameters. Among those parameters are also some measure of the process for the eutrophication. So what I need actually go for the one explain what the eutrophication is, or do you want to just go ahead? You know, right? Yeah, because of the eutrophication. So I came up with that just mostly just some of the major plant nutrient, which is the most common, that's probably the common widespread type of pollutant here in the North America as well as in Europe. So those they come up with just a concentration of those nitrate and phosphate. Because with the nitrate and the phosphate and it is a plant nutrient, so many water plants and the algae gonna take advantage of it. So they will proliferate. So making it just algal mass, as you can see, just on the pores on the top. And then upon the death of the algae, they will now decompose. That decomposition gonna take the oxygen away just from the water. So that lead, yeah, so you can live into the just the reduction in the dissolved oxygen. So actually, I basically tried to decide to look at of the three major parameters as the next slide. Yeah, that is actually what we found. Yeah. So we had what 10 stations, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we had 10 locations, just in both Illinois and Indiana, plus Indian Creek. So that's actually what we found. Yeah. But your observation actually, I was just from 10 locations from just April. I think we started from the May to the October, or that's just once a month. The average is about our dissolved oxygen actually comes out about 4 ppm, the microgram per liter. So this was kind of a little bit high, but I think this is kind of a little bit overvalued. Most of the water that I expect, actually, what was your value when you measure at Indian? Do you have any recollection of it? And what I expect is it should be around 7 to 9 ppm. But I think that we have some problem with those device that measure it, or although they actually all our volunteers, they did a great job, but actually there was just the first time. So that was kind of just a little bit overvalued. But what I think, but it's still. It's really good. So if we're gonna look at those panels on the here on the right side, and usually as long as you have that just the what dissolved the oxygen above 7 or 8, I say actually it's an accident. Yeah. Some of the trout actually can just live, which is the typical food for a fish, just live just above 8. So I would say just it's an accident. But it's gonna be just a little bit overvalued. So I think I will have to check the also device. I will have to check the. Yeah. But in the nitrate, right? Yes, actually it's averaging was about it was 3/10 of just the ppm. So that's much lower than the our just the general standard. Yeah, actually water becomes not drinkable. Yeah, the concentration is over 10 milligrams per liter, which is 10 ppm. And the phosphate is the level is very low, so 0.004. And it was adjusted less than 0.05. And the pH is the slightly just alkaline, but which is natural because our area is underlying limestone. So it's naturally just because alkaline, but it's a little bit high. And in most cases, in my own measurement, it's around 7 to 7.5. The pH value 7 is neutral. Over 7, that's alkaline, and below 7, that is acidic. But we know that is actually it's not acidic, so then there is no kind of dumping of this acid. And the temperature is just information, the baseline data, you always fluctuate, but it's around the 7 week, which is the point. So in general, actually works like, yeah, I would say, yeah, it's really just excellent, and that kind of values are not very much different from that I measured. Actually, I did that just a comprehensive study, and just twice in 2000, and most recently about 10 years ago. Actually, it didn't change that much. So it's actually in a very stable condition. But what actually the one area, the Indian Creek actually caught my attention when actually I have to look at this all those data and why they just a day, but yeah, a couple of days ago, And then here just the Indian Creek side, actually it was just unusually high. It was actually particularly here just a phosphate levels of 3.7 million. I didn't know what the IC means. So I asked just Mike and what the IC means, and he said, now that there's the Indian Creek. Now that actually that makes sense. Because, yeah, that is actually, that just makes sense. So you can actually see that that values actually, it was close to zero in the May, but it's rising from June, July, and it peaks in the August. Then actually going down just a little bit, but it's average of 3.7. Next slide, yeah.
There's a question in the chat, she asks, does phosphate in your table mean orthophosphate or total phosphate?
It is a reactive phosphate. It is it is ortho, it's a reactive phosphate. So it's a general just excellent, but except I see, but next slide, just the go for that. So I actually now then took just a Google map, so see actually the location of Indian Creek. And then, yeah, not surprisingly, you actually see here at a lot of those green stuff. Those are the algal mass. So I don't know when those photo was actually taken, but actually just Mike said is it kind of look like that all the time. So with that, just combining that, it now that it doesn't surprise me at all. So we actually have just a high phosphate, and I suspect most of, because there is no agricultural area, not much of a fertilizer. Yeah, but what I actually suspect is most of those the phosphate coming from the fertilizer used by the here in the most of the residential area.
So you're talking about like yard fertilizers? For
Yeah,
lawns?
yard. And so we actually put the fertilizer usually. Yeah, do you want to go to the back? Yeah.
From Babe Ruth.
Okay, so from the May, actually that is time. That actually we begin actually put the fertilizer in the banyan. And it takes in the April, it takes in the August, and then we actually put the starting in the fall is going down.
So where that is taken from is right next to Babe Ruth. I wish Babe Ruth.
Yeah,
baseball.
Babe Ruth, yeah, do you want to show that?
So maybe
Yeah,
they're not.
yeah, Babe Ruth is
Their
around
application.
here, right?
Exactly. I mean, I go through Babe Ruth's parking lot. to
Yeah,
get to
Babe
the
Ruth,
stuff,
yeah,
so.
yeah, that's the parking lot, so, but anyway, it surprised me, but but actually good news is that we know what those kind of water in the Indian Creek doesn't flow into the Wolf Lake. Actually,
No,
the
but
water
it flows
directed
into Lake.
it goes to the Lake Calumet,
Like
right?
Calumet.
So,
And like Babe Ruth.
yeah, so it doesn't affect, also the water flow is very slow, right? So it doesn't move that fast, so that is something actually I can take.
So the algal blooms were happening then in the late summer, right? When all the
In the late
nutrients
summer,
are
yes.
dumped in there and it's nice and warm and lots of sunshine and they're going to town.
Yeah, so we have some issue with the Indian Creek, but not in the world.
Let's.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
The water, after Indian Creek crosses Avenue O, the water is distinctly unusual. We're looking turbid, odd colors. And it's the whole slag fields immediately south of there, which we're gonna get talked about later on, the EPA is working. That's a much more likely source of the phosphate than any lawn material.
It's that the slag doesn't have that much of a phosphate unless they actually put some low sewage or things like that, unless they actually put some of the low sewage or just the animal waste. So slag itself doesn't carry. It's mostly the rock and a lot of just the limestone lines with it, because slag is kind of a mixture of what powder of ores and then just limestone powder. So, but slag doesn't carry the just the phosphate.
There's a question in the chat. Holly asks, is there a map indicating the in-lake monitoring sites?
Do you have that? Yeah, so
I don't know, the US EPA, they had set up something, but I'm not aware of it.
no, so, but I do have my old map, right? So actually I did the study in the, I think in the Indiana side only. Okay, but it's not my just own, it's a personal map, just for my own set, for the study during the period around 2013.
All right, thank you very much.
So Wolf Lake has great water. Well,
Yes, yes.
And I always tell people this, and no one ever believes me.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, but you have
Yeah.
the data, previous
Yeah.
studies. showing it on and on.
Yeah, yes, great, like also now this morning we had just a great, just excellent presentation for the fish. So those the presence of pike, walleye. Okay, that all just indicate is actually this kind of water quality that you can see in the northern Michigan or northern Minnesota, and one of the places in those lakes or just pond. Yeah, it's really just surprisingly actually have this great water quality. And if we're gonna do the macro invertebrate, yes, you will actually see some of just the leeches that lives only in the very clean water, and then also such as stonefly nymph. And also mayfly, a lot of those mayfly just nymph, and then also also a lot of scud, which is an indicator of class 2.
So what is your explanation for why it has good water? I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on that. Because we know there's a lot of other places in the area that do not.
Number one, it's not surrounded by the agricultural area. That's the number one. Yeah. So we have a few coming from the backyard, but not surrounded by agricultural area. And then also we have two just manufacturing, they are required to treat the water. They take the water from the Lake Michigan. After doing it, they release in the Wolf Lake, but by the law, they are required to treat and clean up the water before they release. So we don't have that kind of water. That's why it's the non-point source around.
Yeah.
And the 2-point source actually under the very strict regulation. And the third, actually, we have a sandy bottom. So it is kind of I was very surprised when actually took the first look at the in 2000. Yeah. Just the but actually it was just a really pleasant surprise. So it was a pleasant surprise. Somehow we don't have that kind of source of contaminant around. Yeah. It has really good water.
Okay, thank you. Speaker is Dave. The next speaker is Dave Harnish. And he's lab director at Calumet College. And he also is library director. So.
And about 4 of the titles.
And yeah, I didn't want to list them all because we're running out of time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm David Harnish, and as he indicated, I'm the lab coordinator here at the college. And so this is the cart that we keep the sample jars. So each of the volunteer water testers have between 2 and I think you have.
I have 4.
4, right, between 2 and 4 locations of the 10 that Mike had recently mentioned that they go sampling. We do this usually the 3rd week of the month, starting in theoretically April, but we didn't start really till May because we were getting organized then. So our last sampling was this month, and then we'll start up again in April. And so through the grant funds that Mike and his team secured, we have these portable field packs that contain a dissolved oxygen meter and a temperature reader, and then we have a pH monitor as well. And Then they bring the samples back into me after they record their pH, dissolved oxygen and temperature values. And then I run the nitrate and phosphate test using a chemical test kit. And then I created a spreadsheet that I dump all the data into. And then I also do a running average. So when you see the averages, those are the averages averaging each month to kind of see how the overall trend is in that particular area there. And so I think we have a pretty efficient system. They just come in, grab what they need. I have a little basket for the two kids and they bring the water back and I rinse them out with distilled water when we're all done, and then they come back the next month, grab them and go back out again. So we have several of our testers here today, and Joe's over there. Yeah. Is Joey here? Joey Hines? Yeah, Joey Hines, no? No, okay. So we have 4 people that do the testing, and they've done a great job going out there at all types of weather to get their samples done. Any questions? Yes.
What pH values did you uncover?
Well, I don't actually measure the pH. They do that on site.
It was 7.8. It's 7.88.
Yeah, it's between usually 7 and 8, yes. But they record the dissolved oxygen, the pH temperature on the site. The only thing I actually test for myself is the nitrate and phosphate here.
And do you used to do the dip test for nitrate and phosphate, or?
What's that again?
Do you do the dip test for those? or do
It's a
you
little
actually do
chemical
acids?
packet, so I just take a sample of the water and put it into a container. It comes with the kit, and then I just dump in the
And then
powder
switch the
and then just mix it in and wait the amount of time, and then I do a colorimetric comparison test too.
Yeah. I would just say they have really nice API, just really nice test kits now, that you just dip it and it gives you almost instant reading.
Oh, that would be
There's
nice,
No
'cause-
mixing of chemicals.
Because one of the tests takes 8 minutes for it to go, so yeah.
I'm just saying for field research, and they're just little strips, just like a
Yeah.
pH strip almost, and it gives you nitrates, nitrites. I can't remember all the stuff, but it gives you a whole bunch of them, and they've got the readings right there, and you can do the colorimetric stuff.
Oh, okay,
Whatever.
good. Yeah, I also suggested to Mike that we look at maybe examining the heavy metal content, because that we can do with the dipstick. So I think he was gonna bring that up with the group later on to see if we want to expand to add that into the repertoire. Anything else?
I'm just grateful that you guys are doing longitudinal data, so like volunteers, bravo.
Yes.
Jane, I'm glad you mentioned the volunteers, because I was going to ask them if they wanted to add anything.
I do have a comment, and it's interesting because times I go out there, I do interact with the public. And people will say, why are you doing that? What are you doing? Who are you doing it for? And so we've had it spawns a very interesting conversation, which I think are great. Some with fishermen, some with people just walking by on the bike trail, but I think it's a very good thing.
What are the locations of your testing?
Well, mine personally, I test one off of the fishing pier on the south basin of George Lake. And then I test off of Superior and 122nd Street on the north basin. And every
So
volunteer has different
I have
locations.
4 sites, I'm the connection between Powderhorn and Wolf Lake, so I'm at the WK channel. Then I'm at Indian Creek, which is the end of the parking lot at Wolf Lake, so just before it goes over the water under 126th Street. And then I test in the park at in Wolf Lake Park at the flagpole.
Oh, over at William Post.
At William Post. Yeah, William Post, that's 4, right?
Those 3.
That's 3.
Yeah, the creek.
Oh, right, so when I'm at Powderhorn, I test on both sides of Powderhorn, so I test at the lake, and then I test in the Powderhorn, in the
Where that little-
connector.
That new,
The
that new little
connector.
open.
So
creek
right,
thing.
I'm on 2, I have 2 in there, one side on each side of the street.
And that's important because it covers the whole watershed. And it's quite different what you get in the creek from what you get in Wolf Lake.
It'll be interesting to see once they start moving more water through from Powderhorn to Wolf Lake, if anything changes.
That's true, and that will be next year.
Anything, right,
It's amazing that reconnection, I
Oh, it
just,
is.
every time I go by there, I just.
right, it is.
I just think.
Oh, I don't know, where does Joel, or do you?
Oh, I've got Eggers one, I park at 112, and I test, as soon as I hit a spot where I can access the water. It's like the east side of Eggers Marsh, and then off 129th North, there's a little ditch that runs around the south end of Wolf Lake, and there's a little basin down there. I get the south end of Wolf Lake. It's
And then
called Cook's
Joey, I
Ditch,
don't know
think.
where Joey is.
I don't either, well, I do, yes, on the Indiana side of Wolf Lake, I know where.
Yeah, okay.
But I think of the four of you, he's the only one that works, full time.
Oh,
So I think he's made special arrangements with Dave so that we can get, Anthony. So we're running real late and we don't have time for a break. So.
Mike, here tonight to make a comment about work. We work full-time also, we just don't.
yeah, right.
Yeah, me too. Let's say that for another time. Do a lot of work.
And thank you, volunteers.
Gotta do it again.
Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Valerie Penniman. I am neither a scientist nor an engineer nor a politician. I'm just a retired history professor from Calumet College of St. Joseph. I'm very honored to serve on this next panel, which is a hybrid panel. One of our speakers, Holly Hudson, is present on Zoom, and our other speaker, Bill Emerson Jr., is present here in this room. So I want to welcome and thank both of those panelists, two of the many experts present today who are very knowledgeable experts on local ecology. One of our panelists comes from the Indiana side of the state line, that being Mr. Emerson, and Ms. Hudson comes from the Illinois side of the state line. Both of these panelists are very, very knowledgeable about not only ecology, but the workings of government. You can read their biographies in the packet. We're a little behind schedule, so I will not tell you the highlights that I hope to share. But I do want to stress that both Holly and Bill are experienced and knowledgeable with local governments, with how governments work, and most crucial of all from our point of view today, how governments can most effectively work together. This is vital. I know you all know this already, but it's worth highlighting the fact that responsibility for managing Wolf Lake is shared by 6 different entities. We have 2 city governments, we have 2 county governments, and we have both state DNRs. Many years ago, when OLLI was a fairly new organization, there was organized a task force, the Wolf Lake Vision Implementation Task Force, with all 6 of these stakeholders represented. All these records show that that task force has not met for many years. I'm not going to get specific about how long it has been, but let's say it's been too long. It's definitely time to reactivate it, or maybe to start all over with groundwork. But the goal of our panel, at any rate, is to highlight some ways that collaboration across state and other government lines can work, how it does work, and consider how we can apply these lessons to benefit the Wolf Lake watershed. So I'm going to invite each of our panelists to speak in turn, and then in the time that we have remaining between now and lunch, we will do a question and answer and brainstorming, because obviously this affects everyone and you all care very much about it. There are a lot of very, very knowledgeable people in this space. conversation. And I start by inviting Holly to speak. Thank you, Holly.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Holly Hudson. I am a senior aquatic biologist with the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning. We are the comprehensive regional planning agency for the 7-county northeastern Illinois area. I've been around a while. I was also at one of the predecessor agencies to CMAP, called NIPSI, the Northeastern Illinois Planning Commission. So I have been involved in lake monitoring, also working with volunteer lake monitors when Illinois EPA had a statewide volunteer lake monitoring program, which sadly is on hiatus at this moment, but we hope to get that back going here in the next few years. And also doing several lake diagnostic feasibility studies, again, when there used to be Clean Water Act Section 314 monies, and then the state of Illinois also had their own Clean Lakes program. That's now, both of those are kind of evolved into to do lake diagnostic feasibility studies or larger watershed-based plans through other Clean Water Act funding, like Section 314, 319, Section 319, the non-point source pollution control program, as well as sometimes there's a 604B is another section of the Clean Water Act that provides water quality planning. So much of my funding, now I work for, again, a regional planning commission, regional planning agency. Again, we are not a state agency. We're kind of considered a unit of kind of local government. We don't have lawmaking powers or taxing powers, but we are an advisory agency. So we like to, so what we do is collaborate, facilitate with all our municipalities, counties, other partners on, again, I'm involved in the water world, from water quality, water supply, those kind of planning. And a lot of what I've been doing lately is mostly watershed-based planning. So that's kind of some background on myself. And so, I think last year, after this meeting, Bill and I and Kathy Luther did have a conversation, started the conversation. So I know we need to probably follow up with that as well. And Bill might have some more to say about that. But also, I think bringing in our state environmental agencies like Illinois EPA and on the other side, Illinois DEM would be, another player at the table.
Yeah, I can speak for a second. So, thank you. My name is Bill Emerson. I'm the Lake County Surveyor. And so I also sit on the Kankakee River Basin Commission. I'm the president of the, NERC, Environmental Management Policy Committee, which is a great committee that does a lot of different coordination work throughout the NERC area. And most of my time spent on county waterways, which are the county regulated drains. Not Wolf Lake is not one of those, but we do a lot of collaboration with different communities. And one of the things that I find to be really the best way to get things done is just to find different people in different communities who are kind of like-minded, who want to do good by the environment, help with flooding issues and things like that, and just look for grants, look for ways you can collaborate. We've had really some good success stories, where Heart Ditch in Dyer is one good example of that. The hospital in Dyer there had an issue in 2008 with the flood, and they put up some berms to block off the water to protect their emergency room and hospital. But as part of that, they took some flood capacity out of the floodplain and had to mitigate from that. So we started looking at different ways they could do that on site, and it wouldn't be as much of a benefit for the whole area. And they could have done it that way, but in working with the hospital, the town of Dyer, the Little Calumet River Basin Commission, and county government, we came up with a way to create really a big 2-stage ditch in the park there at Dyer by the town hall, which creates just a lot more flood storage than would have been done on site at the hospital, and it improves habitat, reduces the flood stage downstream, and it was just a big win for everybody. So that's really the best way. And every time I come here, every year, I learn something about Wolf Lake, and I think these types of groups that bring all these like-minded people together is really the best way to get these things done. And working with different municipalities and things like that. That's been the best way, really, really to do it. So I love what you guys are doing, and I really applaud it. Any questions, Ray? Yeah, and so I think, the steps that you guys are taking, I really learn more here than I probably have to give you guys, but I really love the work you're doing. Really collaboration with municipalities, probably in my opinion, for Wolf Lake's the best way to do it, because every municipality, and I can speak to Indiana more, has certain obligations under their permit with IDEM for MS4 improvements in the area, water quality improvements. And that's really, in my opinion, working with them to do some of those to improve water quality in Wolf Lake. Although that last presentation was great, I really learned a lot about the water quality in Wolf Lake, and I appreciate the work you're doing there. So, in my view, that's one way that you could do that. Interstate's always a problem, or can be a problem. My only experience with that, other than some smaller issues in South County, would be the Kankakee River Basin Commission. And again, a lot of that was luck that we had some really good people in Illinois, Kankakee County, who understood the problem that we were having with some issues with sand deposits and obstructions in Kankakee River, and they were really on board with they're actually spending money on their end to clear some obstructions to keep the water moving, and they're increasing wetland habitats, as are we. Flood storage as well. So it's been a really good partnership that way. And I think I see a lot of the same things happening here with the partnership for Wolf Lake, to understand that it's a resource for everybody for both states. So I really do applaud that. So in any way I can be of help with NERC grant writing, they do great work with the Great Lakes initiative grants. They've been successful with that. We've seen a lot of success in the Deep River watershed with that. So, let me be a resource for you as far as getting money and getting those things done too. Any questions?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I guess I'd chime in the same, here as CMAP, we're here to, be a resource, help with our technical assistance through our water quality management planning work. Actually, CMAP was recently working with the Hegwich neighborhood on a kind of a neighborhood plan. And I think one of the things that came out of that, actually, Lisa, I think you were on the steering committee for that. I need a field trip. I need to come down and, it's been a while since I've been down in that area, but I need a field trip to see all the places you've been sampling and see these places firsthand. But I know, like with what came out of the Hegwich neighborhood, there's certainly some interest. Wolf Lake, you've got a great resource there, but maybe it's perhaps underutilized. And one of the big things that came out was recreational programming, is what we heard from the neighborhood there. Maybe some more active, in the future, whether it's boat rentals, kayak rentals, canoe rental availability. Programming nature walks by, various DNR staff perhaps in the future. Again, we know Illinois DNR is probably a little strapped at this time, but, things about for the future. I think we've also talked a little bit, the idea of creating can we create a watershed-based plan for the area, which is kind of meeting those what are called 9 minimum elements that US EPA likes to see in these plans. But it's a plan for, again, kind of putting it all together. There have been some diagnostic feasibility studies of the lake, but let's look, comprehensively at the whole watershed area that contributes to Wolf Lake, Powderhorn Lake, and look for opportunities for those other types of best practices, like Bill was talking about, 2-stage ditches. But if you identify particular projects in a 9 minimum element plan, they just become eligible for federal funding through the 319 non-point source pollution control program. So it's just another way. On the Illinois side, 6 planning grants are available. On the Indiana side, would have to investigate that on that side. If that's something that the group might be interested in pursuing, kind of a comprehensive watershed-based plan for the area.
I have a question.
Yes.
I think this may go to more to Holly on when you have Wolf Lake sits in the city of Chicago, but it is surrounded by, the state of Illinois park. So when you come to dealing with governmental entities, how do you balance, who's really in charge? Which agency would you go to? It's also part of the county, obviously, and the United States, so for the federal, but so you've got these different levels of government and, who does what?
Well, we try, when we do these kinds of plans, we bring all the players together. From the federal, local, state level. And you just, it's a collaborative process. You've got residents as well. They have a stake in, the resources. And you try to create, a plan that, and also there's an action plan that has the different players, so you understand really who's responsible for what, who can contribute to what, who can be partners in the action plan items that are identified.
So in other words, we could come to you if we really want a specific answer.
Certainly on the Illinois side, and hopefully we can find those partners on the Indiana side as well, and try to do something together.
Yeah.
Certainly through NERC, and then
I was gonna say if I could comment on the CMAP plan, because Wolf Lake was a big player in that plan of people, not just myself, but lots of residents talking about Wolf Lake and what a resource it is. If Headwish is trying to, recreate itself, right? And Headwish is a part of trying to make that happen. And it was a very big key part of it. So, yeah. I have a copy, Mike, if you want a copy. I don't know if you've seen the CMAP plan.
No, for Headwish,
Right.
yeah, could you give
Yes,
me
I
a
can.
copy? Okay, I know several people on the board there.
No, it was just for Headwish.
Just
Right, right, and it was done by, brought in a whole group of people, all the players, the key stakeholders of Headwish, all had a say in what they thought plans should look like.
Yeah, I know there was a similar plan, NERC, and it had been studied and looked at, but, I don't know how much follow through there. That's been a long time ago, I think that was done, so, my experience with, my office, every government office I've seen is, a lot of it is, you need interested people who the squeaky wheel, I mean, you can look at this wheel we have here, it's very squeaky, and it's a great group of people. So I think if you keep that going, and a lot of it's about relationships. I mean, you get to know people, your elected leaders, your, staff at the different offices, and you push it, that's how things get done, because I know, speaking from experience, we have a million things we have to do on a daily basis, just our basic responsibilities, and then going beyond that, it's hard sometimes. So you wanna keep that moving, and it takes people like you to do that, so I think this is great.
About 20 years ago, US EPA had a program for bi-state watersheds. By state, maybe even by county, but they had a program to help them with the planning. But I don't think that program is still there. And I was wondering if Holly and Bill, who do you talk to at US EPA about planning?
I don't, my contacts generally go through IDEM with me, and then we have Army Corps regulation on our end. EPA, I don't get as involved with, just my area is not as urbanized, but I'd go through NERC and through the environmental department there to do that. And a lot of what NERC does is driven by the communities too. So I mean, it's about the different communities that get together and want to see different plans happen and move them.
So Kathy would probably be a good one to talk to. And we invited her here, but she wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, I saw her yesterday at our meeting, and she was not able to make it today, sorry.
I think it's the same for me on the Illinois side, mostly go through Illinois EPA, though, again, there's been a lot of staff changes over the past few years at US EPA, but of course, their Region 5 offices are right in downtown Chicago, so I can walk over. Probably would be a bad idea to start, a relationship directly with US EPA. Yeah, and I recall that bi-state program. So it would be good to know what they're thinking, you know, these days. What's the latest programs upcoming?
Yeah, USCPA will be here this afternoon, so I'll ask Lauren, if she knows too. And I'm not sure that's in her area, but.
Right, so I know, super fund area, but you know, there's the non-point source group, the you know, kind of more of the watersheds group. So yeah, different folks to know for sure.
And the other group that meets a lot or monthly is the Northwest Indiana Stormwater Advisory Group, the NISWAG, we call it. It's every community in Lake and Porter County meets to go over you know, requirements under our permits and you know, different things that we're doing in collaboration. So NISWAG is another good one to be involved in.
Can I make a request of Ollie as the group? It'd be really nice if there was a resource page that kind of just had like a database or something that had names and peoples and maybe where that dovetail is. So like your name with your sort of areas of responsibility, you know, all of the people who are participating in this workshop. I just feel like if there was a single place, and I know maybe things would go out of date after a certain point in time, but at least it gives people a kind of jumping off point.
But you should address that to the Wolf Lake watershed managers.
Are they here?
Some are represented here,
Okay.
not all of them. But this is kind of the problems that Ollie faces is because we're not a Wolf Lake manager.
Right.
We're trying to help advisors like all of you to talk to the Wolf Lake managers. I read that at the beginning. And I've been pursuing that effort for more than 20 years. And
Yeah, I'm
I
not
thought,
trying to necessarily put this on your shoulders, Michael, because I know you're doing a ton of stuff, but I feel like, I still think that that would be something that could be done by this organization and not by, I mean, just, I'm not talking about something complicated, I'm just talking, here's your name, you teach here, you work here, and here's kind of your purview. It would just be really nice to have a place to look that up, but.
On the site, on the Ollie site. So as another drop down box, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just something that people could, hey, you know, if you're interested in
Because we
connecting
have
with
we have
your.
all the lists, but there's no emails. I'm not
Right,
gonna send anyone.
Exactly, and I'm just thinking like, cause I assume you want to get input from people who live in Lake and Porter counties.
Yes, that's what
And
I'm
if you
hearing.
have a place where people who are interested in finding out more information, you can have a little contact with a hyperlink or something. That could take you to there, and hey, here's when our meetings are held, you know, just so you could generate more community input. I don't know, maybe I'm speaking out of turn here.
No, and that's a problem everywhere. Yeah, so there's so many different agencies and, you know, I have certain authority in Lake County, but not necessarily over Wolf Lake. I can't come in there and do
No, I
things.
understand.
So it's
It's all about networking, right?
Correct.
It's all about making connections.
That's why these groups, there's also, again, you can't go to meetings all month, I understand, but there's also an urban waters group that deals with all the federal agencies that is held at NERC. So there's a lot of different regulations, federally, state, locally, that it's kind of a jumble, and you gotta kind of spend time going through it and figuring out who has the authority. As you guys all know, it can be a little overwhelming, but yeah, I mean, my contact info is available if you want it.
okay,
Any other thoughts or questions? All right, thank you.
Valerie, is that?
So yeah, I didn't know if there's any more discussion, Valerie, if you wanted, are you facilitating any other thoughts? And you know, again, you know, I think as well, I will say, as Bill mentioned, you know, a lot of those, you know, the distinctions come at the local level, right? It's where the municipalities are making some decisions, you know, about their, you know, best practices. We have actually the DNR, you know, there's people who manage the lake directly, and then there's the folks who manage the land areas around the lake. So everyone working together, you know, right, is, you know, ultimately getting to that goal and having a common vision and a common roadmap, you know, like an action plan. So I think that's something we can continue to have discussions about toward that.
think you've both given us some very valuable information about who's who and who's where. And I really like Jane's suggestion that the Ollie website includes some information about who you can contact, who's connected with which piece of this whole. For example, Bill, I would really like to know more about the urban waters group that you mentioned. So that information could be submitted to Ollie. That would be a great thing to include. I keep going back as a former educator. I keep going back to what you said, Jane, about how passionately the students care about the environment and how deeply depressed they can be if they are not given them tools to empower them to make a difference. I think that although our young people are perhaps most passionate about it and obviously in a position to do things going forward, I think most people today do care about the environment. Some people put it kind of low on their priority list, but it's very unusual to find somebody who doesn't care about clean water, clean air, clean, healthy waterways, clean ecosystems. Most people do care, and that's true of people of every age. It's true of people who work in government. It's true of people who work in media. Definitely, as you know, working with the high school students, and as Mr. and Mrs. Coffey and other educators, Dr. Choi, you all know, there is still reason for hope going forward with a lot of very talented and highly motivated young people. The future may well be brighter than we think, thanks to the growing interest and concern. I'd also like to point out, as they say, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. The pandemic has been a terrible scourge of the planet, and it's not, as they say, it's not done with us yet. But one of the few good things to come out of the pandemic is that virtual discussions, online discussions, have emerged as a very convenient go-to choice for meetings that otherwise might not happen. And so I think the use of Zoom, which we've all had to learn sooner or later, could be a great boon in bringing different stakeholders together, have those discussions. I could say a little more, but yeah, we really appreciate both panelists and your insights and suggestions. Does anyone else want to think aloud about this crucial issue?
So am I hearing that kind of the first step is to come up with a watershed plan? Would that be fair to say? And then figure out if there's funding for that, or then use that plan for funding? What would you, I guess I'm saying, what's the next most immediate step that would be recommended?
Probably have been, you can chime in too online. I think probably to update that plan would be the best. Try to get together and get the communities and everybody involved, all the stakeholders involved, to update it and see where we're at and see what grants are available and to kind of line up with that plan.
So Bill, there is an existing 9 minimum element watershed based plan.
I believe there is. And Kathy, yeah, I think Kathy said there was.
Document that's on the Ollie website.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to kind of start that process again, or to update and kind of get it current, my opinion, yeah.
Yeah, we discussed this at one time. I think George Anderson is the one that pointed out about the not knowing the water issues on the Illinois side, Indian Creek, and that probably should be studied before a plan would start. And
you may not have on the Illinois side what you might all have on the Indiana side that Kathy may have available.
But I know on our end, we can revive those discussions at NERC and try to revive where that is and where that's going.
Okay. Anything else?
Any other thoughts? Order.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie. Thank you, Holly. We're going to bring you down and walk you around all of Watershed someday.
I'd be happy to bring in, you can come and join our Cub Scouts, we'll take you on a hike.
That sounds great. Is that Lisa?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'll follow up with you.
Okay, great.
Well, we suddenly found ourselves ahead of time. So the food should be here in any moment now. So why don't we put up that 5-minute break? And then the food should be here by then. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll see everybody after lunch.
And he'll be talking about water. Helping correct water issues within this watershed. And, Dave Jackson, thanks. Is that a microphone? Yeah, we got it.
Hi, can you all hear me? Yes. Fine, I can speak loud. The topic is water issues within the watershed. And so I was trying to figure out how do we address all of these issues in about a half hour's worth of time. And so I thought the best approach is the way, somewhere in that very lengthy, I asked Mike to amend my biography. We didn't get it done in time. My very lengthy biography, probably should point out that I am an attorney. So I thought the best way to approach this topic would be the way I would approach a legal issue, especially say before court. And that is to give you the law and give you the facts and then give you the argument. In this case, water issues within the watershed, and I would point both Wolf Lake and George Lake is to me the watershed. They were at one time literally almost connected. Clearly they are together, and I would hope that everyone would appreciate that that's how they should be treated. If we're gonna be looking at watershed management, if we're gonna be looking at watershed management plans, I would hope that would be both bodies of water. In doing so, we would kind of come to the argument and tell you why I think that things are rather gloomy right now within this watershed, and certainly within Northwest Indiana. And I know it's after lunch, I'm gonna be the downer of the day, because unlike many of the other folks I'm sure you've heard from that represent agencies and so forth, they were probably very enthusiastic and promising you a lot of things, but I would challenge all of you to prove me wrong and tell me that things are bright and cheery, and that all these things that are supposedly functioning are actually functioning. And hopefully everybody knows, by the way, in terms of when we're talking about Wolf Lake, that Wolf Lake as it is today is far, far, far changed. I don't think any of it is the original water body at all. I think it's all been changed. Even the south end of Wolf Lake, that looks like it's sort of natural in there. Please note that that was when I was a kid, Clark High School tried to make that their Creed Island, they called it, and they were going to make it as part of I guess when we started becoming environmentalists in the late 60s, early 70s, and the way they improved that wetland down there, where it was all those nice and horrible cattails, they thought, is they used material from the Hammond Sanitary District that was probably chock full of heavy metals to make what everyone now refers to as sometimes Strawberry Island back there. So no one's tested it, I'm sure it's in great shape, but the rest of the lake has really been amended or changed. George Lake, the other lake, extended at one time to where 119th Street is, which is St. John's Church, all the way to Goslin Avenue in North Hammond. If you go down there, and I would again, those of you who are interested in watershed management, please pay attention to what's going on down there. The state, in some ways, but mostly the federal government, has just sort of taken over that area and is making decisions on behalf of the entire community and excluding the community in its entirety. And we'll talk a little bit about that in terms of water issues. But that's George Lake. George Lake should be all of this property, all that's left, all that's still wet. When you drive down Calumet Avenue and you look towards the east and you see what you think has been a ditch that was dug out, it's the inverse of that. It's actually been filled up to that point. Calumet Avenue was constructed through the middle of the lake. And that other side, which is the J&L hazardous waste site, sorry, that's what that is. It's a J&L hazardous waste site, was filled as well. So what you're seeing there to the east of that road is actually George Lake. And I would submit still to be protected, should still be managed properly, and we should have a watershed management plan. So we're going to talk about water issues. I thought we'd also want to touch on some of the law, because that's really where this gets down to. Hopefully all of you are a little bit familiar with the Clean Water Act, which is the federal law that protects our water resources. There's a couple of provisions in that, though, that I would say anybody interested in the watershed of this area should know about. First is permitting. The Clean Water Act permits or allows people to pollute our environment. I mean, we talk about permits, we kind of throw that around, but what we are actually saying as a country, we're allowing you to pollute our environment. However, you can only do it to these terms, and these are the terms that we've issued. And that comes from the Clean Water Act. Not to get too complicated, but it is a law that encourages or delegates to the state most of the authority to issue those permits. The understanding is that, yes, we're the big bad federal government that kind of oversees everything, but we want states to go out there and issue these permits. And why should states be issuing these permits? States are better about communicating with their constituents, going into communities, having all this outreach and talking to people. So before we would allow someone to contaminate their environment, they should have a lot of say so. They should be out there knowing about this. They should receive notice. There should be, if necessary, there should be hearings or meetings to discuss whether this is a good idea. And then also the Clean Water Act has some amazing stuff, I think, which is that all of you should know that. So you've got a permit under the Clean Water Act. It's been issued to you. It's all been done with supposedly public process. And then if that entity doesn't adhere to the provisions of that permit, first off, the state should sue them, or the federal government should sue them because they're doing something wrong. But a fascinating part of the Clean Water Act is that also any citizen can stand in the shoes of the state or federal government and file that same enforcement action. So, and we'll talk about an example within our watershed. And get this, folks, as an attorney, attorney's fees get paid. So there are entities, you'll see these large entities, maybe some of you are affiliated with them, like the Sierra Club or Audubon, I think Audubon, Sierra Club's National Resources Defense Council. They make, I just helped a nonprofit with their fee application. They, as they pointed out, I won my case. I don't take any fees for these cases because I usually represent myself. But in their case, I helped them do their fee application. They lost, right? They're asking for $600 and some thousand of attorney's fees for a case that they lost. It's a local case. It's affecting our local environment. And that money will then not go towards any supplemental environmental project, but that's simply so. Anybody else here is an attorney, it's a good deal because you can essentially find a client, represent them, win, and they're not hard to win in most states. In Indiana, it seems impossible. And then they get paid. But the citizen supervision is very, very powerful. It's very powerful. Citizens can stand there and say, look, if you're not going to do it state, if you're not going to do it feds, I'm going to do it and I'm going to go forward. That's very intimidating. I point to Mike. Mike knows we've tried some of these in the past. It sounds great. I liken it to being kind of in the trenches in World War I. You know, we're going over the top, guys. And I get over the top and I look and there's nobody behind me. All these people that said nice letters saying, yeah, let's go for it. Come on. They just get letters saying, you know, I really don't feel good about this. I feel nervous. And I understand it. Nobody wants to be sued and nobody wants to be part of litigation. It's not a lot of fun. However, citizens, those of you who would ever contemplate this, I point out that your role is very minimal. Most of these cases are won on paper. Most of these cases are won on because part of the Clean Water Act requires that all these permittees actually report whether they have violations. And there are certain things, there used to be the NPIRGs, the public interest research groups. They would simply go to your local sanitary district and Google your records because these are public records. And your records say, oh, you violated the law 10 times, I'm going to sue you. And then they would collect, not so much on the penalties, but they would promote themselves by taking the money as either, you can't pay yourself, so you don't get the money, but your attorney can, and maybe that's how they worked it out. I'm not familiar with the interworkings of all these nonprofits that do this. So yes, I mean, you can actually go forward and file your own citizen suit. So you can be aggressive if the state and federal government are abandoning you. There's also parts of the Clean Water Act that we should be aware of here. I was listening to part of your talk about watershed management plans, and that is the Clean Water Act has funds available for that. And some entity should be applying for that for both Wolf Lake and George Lake to have a water management plan. We should be looking at that. Again, I don't know, I doubt there's anybody from IDEM here. Anybody from IDEM? No, well, IDEM submitted to the federal government and everyone else that they have developed a plan for Wolf Lake and George Lake. And I can't find it. And yeah, so, but it is under the Clean Water Act. Those are available, they're funded. And what it really does is that the Clean Water Act is supposed to be this create this public environment where everybody's working together. I point out when I mentioned the Clean Water Act and water planning, the actual law in that case is the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, which identifies areas of concern. I keep seeing these maps that show that this is part of the area of concern. The state of Indiana, I wish they were here. I won't say anything. I would say it to their face as well. They've been taking credit for years that they have developed a remedial action plan for this part of the county. They focused almost exclusively on the Grand Calumet River, on the Indiana Harbor Ship Canal. But if you look at their maps, if you look at what they're submitting, they're saying that they're developing plans for it. I've never heard from them. I have a real problem with the fact, as you'll see, I have a lot of problems with a lot of people and a lot of things, but in that case, they refuse. They have an advisory committee, a citizens advisory committee, which is how that plan is being developed. The citizens advisory committee has no members on it that I can tell that are actual citizens. I mean, everyone is a resident, but to be a citizen, you should not have any affiliation, or maybe be representing a public organization like a community group. But if you look at their advisory committee, there are no citizens on that advisory committee. Most of their meetings until recently were never public noticed. They, for a little while, started, and everybody should be familiar that IDEM does have an automatic notices that go out. So if you want to keep track of what's being done in your community, you should all sign up for that email. You get it a few times a week and it tells you which companies have applied for permits. They started notifying the public and saying, hey, the CARE committee, because it's called Citizens Advisory for the Remediation of the Environment, although there are no citizens on it. And you get this notice. Well, I started getting these notices and you could appear by Zoom, so I started appearing by Zoom and other citizens did, and they started asking questions. And they were really good questions about permits and how these things were working. So IDEM effectively fixed that problem. They just stopped sending notices anymore. So no problem, no people asking questions, nothing. But that committee, according to everything they've got, have developed a remedial action plan for this area, which would include Wolf Lake. And not only that, and we'll talk about what I found just recently, they've actually been taking money from polluter penalties in this area right here and spending them in Gary, saying that, well, we can justify that because that's part of the area of concern as well. So those of you keeping note, that's the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, which was identifying all these sites within the Great Lakes that had pollution that need remediation. And they're constantly in the newspaper talking about all the things they're doing, but they've done nothing. And even though they don't want to put citizens on that committee, their advisory committee, they also have not one person who resides in either Whiting or the city of Hammond. The largest city within their area of concern, they have not one citizen on it. They do have somebody who used to work for the steel industry who lives in Munster, and somehow he's qualified to represent my community. I should point out I live in Hammond, but there are no citizens and there are no representatives of the two largest cities. So there's your water quality agreement, there's your planning. Water issues within the watershed, I think that's a terrible issue, that they're developing something without public input and without local input.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Does it include things like temporary wetlands, like vernal wetlands and things like that? Or does it have to be something that's like in a watershed where the water flows into some other body of water?
Are you talking about enforcement or are you talking about the remedial action?
I'm talking about like Clean Air Act and also remedial action.
Oh, you didn't read the recent decision about the US Supreme Court about wetlands. We took it in the shorts, man, that's a horrible decision. Ooh.
Yeah.
And for years and years and years, the idea was that wetlands, even no matter, no matter how remote, I'm gonna sound like some conservative, the wetlands were part of the waters of the United States and deserve to be protected because you didn't view the Clean Water Act as only protecting water bodies as we know them, right? You know, you had to have a lake and a waves and somebody with a beach ball swimming. No. Water was more important than that. And the interconnection of wetlands, say, for example, I can't think of it right on the top of my head. There's a very recent decision, horrible decision, completely the Supreme Court wipes all that out and says now that if you want, on a federal basis, if you want to protect wetlands, they have to be adjacent to navigable waters.
Yeah.
And in that case, it was only a matter of a road between a wetland that clearly was connected to the lake when it was formed. They put a road through it, and that was enough to say, now that wetland can be destroyed. I would submit that and this gets rather complicated and something I wish I could fight in court someday, but don't have the time to do. I would submit that all of both Wolf Lake and George Lake are navigable waters. And we're navigable waters and that the adjacent wetlands are jurisdictional. I don't know if that would, under the new law, if that would count. You should get somebody from US EPA to give you some better advice. I know they're arguing, right now, wetlands are not well protected in this country. And
we know,
developers are.
The water cycle, percolation, it all feeds into the same aquifers, it feeds into the same ecosystems, I mean,
Unfortunately, the Supreme Court disagreed
Yeah.
completely and
So
said, no,
there's such science.
it has to be like adjacent to navigable water. And I would submit that, it gets very complicated with Wolf Lake and George Lake. Speaking of laws, again, not to give you the downer, but does probably no, I know Dave knows. Look up the definition of public freshwater lake in the state of Indiana. Those of you from DNR who have been tasked with preserving our lakes and taking care of our lakes, you might want to check that definition. Because the definition actually says all lakes in the state, I'm going to paraphrase, all lakes in the state of Indiana are public freshwater lakes, except lakes that are located wholly or partially within the second largest city of whatever. But the truth is that Wolf Lake and George Lake are specifically excluded under Indiana law of being public freshwater lakes.
Why?
What a great, you got an hour. Why? Well, I'll tell you, one of the reasons why is to ask yourself why the entity that regulates the entire lake on this side of Indiana is not here today. Part of it was the city of Hammond wanted to retain what they thought would be ownership. I would point out to them that now that Federated Metals has said that this lake is contaminated, by doing so, they've taken on the responsibility of cleaning up the lake, which may cost them millions and millions of dollars, but that's just pure speculation. So that might have come back to bite them. Originally, the reason why George Lake was going to be a lake was because, and I think that lightning is gonna come, bolt's gonna come get me here, I'm standing in Cal College. Originally, when Cal College took on this facility, they were broke. In fact, I love those ads in the hallway about getting money for Cal College. They were broke because they took on this facility and they assumed that they could sand mine George Lake and make it a sanitary landfill. And so one of the reasons is they wanted that law, Cal College did, was to keep them from having to apply for any permits, because at that time they were state permits and there was no reason to get a permit if it's not a lake. Now, you and I would look at that and say, that's clearly a lake. It was a lake when the glaciers retreated. It's a lake, right? And under Indiana law, it says, no, it's a IC 1426 something. But, okay, so let's talk about water issues with the watershed. So yes, that should be changed. And I would hope that the next legislative go around, maybe we should talk to our, whatever her name is, the woman that passed the law to save the jet skis in southern Indiana and didn't realize it didn't apply up there. Our representative, we should talk to her and maybe she could get that law changed, because it's a bad law. However, there is another big issue right now, which is that hopefully everybody's been familiar with that Gunderson decision that came from another big water issue that shouldn't affect us, but I think might, is that the state of Indiana for years did not acknowledge the public trust doctrine. That is, the bottoms of natural lakes are owned by the state, and they are owned in perpetuity for the benefit of the people of the state of Indiana, not to be used for filling. Tell Inland Steel and Youngstown feel that when they started filling it in over here. But that's the way the law works, and that's the way the law works in Illinois. That's why when there's an issue on the lakefront in Chicago, people always rush in and say, no, you can't do this because it's part of the original lake bottom, and even though it's filled in, it's still the lake. Well, we have that issue here. George Lake and Wolf Lake used to extend into Lake Michigan. So the Gunderson decision says absolutely you cannot own up to the high water mark on Lake Michigan. So all those people who bought those expensive homes that thought they were owning the beach don't own the beach now in Indiana. And they passed the statute as well in Indiana that sets that forth statutorily, that they are protecting the rights of all the public when it comes to Lake Michigan. That same law then applies to all the public lakes in Indiana. Again, if you read the statute that excludes Wolf Lake and George Lake as public freshwater lakes, it might be that we're the only lakes in the state of Indiana now, the only bodies of water that are completely unprotected and have not been preserved for the benefit of the public. I would argue, and I would love to argue if I had the time, that the Gunderson decision, which acknowledges that without regard to those statutes that say something, that as a matter of law, as a matter of public policy, the bottoms of freshwater lakes are protected for the benefit of everyone. And we could talk about specific issues that I raised. I raised these issues. I actually thought I was going to court on these issues, and then found out that somebody lost my documents. We'll get to that, I think. More bad stories. Other laws I think you should be aware of that I find to be really, really valuable if you want to study these issues. A couple of things. IDEM has, this is not a law, but IDEM has what's called a virtual file cabinet. All of you should be looking at that. It's very hard to use. I don't know why it's so difficult, but you can actually see, at least in Indiana, you can see updates on all of the sources of water pollution within the watershed, any of the issues that you and I talked about, they're all there. That's great. I would also point out that if you're interested in watershed issues and interested in any of the places that I will mention apparently briefly, because I'm still talking too fast and not getting through it all, you can also file a FOIA request. All of you are entitled to know what goes on with your state and federal government. All of you, if you have questions about these facilities, if you have questions about water issues, if you're not getting answers from the virtual file cabinet, file a FOIA request. They usually work, but I can also tell you that I've got one right now that I have to file a challenge with the state of Indiana refuses to release their documents. US EPA asked for an extra 30 days, and I have the email. They said one of their employees took all the documents home and then quit. That's not possible. I mean, they don't have computers at US EPA. I don't think they're like writing with quill and scroll, but they have not responded to the issue either. But that's very important for people in the public who want to know. Again, FOIA requests. If you can't get an answer, they have a public access counselor in Indiana, and they will kind of take it forward with you. So wow, it's eating up that
So
time.
the
So we're
FOIA
gonna.
requests, I mean, they take a long time sometimes too.
No, they've got to acknowledge them immediately and they're supposed to have them. I don't want to quote the statute. I think it's 30 days.
Okay.
And keep on it. As soon as they don't respond, you go to them and you say, you know, I want
30
it.
days, where's my?
Right, and then you go to the public access counselor and then they'll file a formal complaint for you. And then you do have the right to go to court and try to get your documents, but I never, ever thought that something like that would be necessary within the state of Indiana or certainly locally, but I can tell you, my experience lately has been that you're gonna have to do that in a lot of cases, because the state will just simply refuse, they'll just say no. It sounds strange, and again, if IDEM were here, I'd be happy to talk to them about it, but IDEM's response on a lot of issues, local environmental issues, is no, we're just not gonna do it, we're not gonna talk to you, we're gonna ignore you, and good luck. And if you have the time and the effort, you can probably find.
Sounds like a war of attrition, they just want you to basically give up because it's up to you,
absolutely.
they asked to follow through, pardon my language.
Yeah,
Follow through on it,
absolutely.
that you just give up.
So that's kind of the framework of the laws that you're dealing with and the resources that all of you have as citizens to get these answers about what's going on in the watershed, instead of waiting for me to show up once a year, give you all the bad news. So Mike was very interested in talking about a couple of issues. One was Wolf Lake terminals. You can get it online. I would suggest all of you who want to see how your environment is being handled should get the opinion from there are administrative courts within IDEM. I challenged, again, not using other people as plaintiffs or parties to these cases. I found it years ago, it's much easier just to put my name on there. Not afraid of getting sued, and it makes it so I can talk to my client in the middle of the night, right? But in Wolf Lake terminals, and Mike was very helpful in this, we challenged the permit. Mike and I had been on a list of parties that should be noticed anytime that permit came up. Those of you who don't know, it's the place with all the tanks over here, right on Wolf Lake, on the old, lake bed of Wolf Lake, actually, that's what it was built on. So that was Wolf Lake at one time. So it's Wolf Lake terminals. And both Michael and I and a number of citizens had a lot of questions about what was going on over there. And so IDEM went ahead and issues a permit. I think there are some flaws with that permit. I'd invite all of you to look at it. The permit they issued is a general permit, which is a permit that's given out to facilities of a like nature. And in that case, it's petroleum terminal. So essentially, if you had like a small place where you brought in tanks and you switched maybe from rail cars to tanker trucks and you stored material in some tanks. Again, I would submit that's not the case over here, but IDEM, of course, disagreed and said, no, this general permit that applies to all facilities that handle petroleum is good enough. We don't have to have specific requirements about discharges. I'd also invite all of you to go out there in a heavy rainstorm when this company is discharging and take a look at that big brown plume. Actually, you should have got it on the screen, that big brown plume that goes right into Illinois. Because the discharge in that case, I would submit, goes into Illinois, it doesn't go into Indiana. And those of you from Illinois should be pretty upset about the fact that Indiana is permitting or allowing this discharge to go into your lake.
That's the one that smells bad too, right? Is that the one that stinks?
I don't know. Could be the other one, needs to be Kyle Dover. Anyway, I don't know if it stinks or not. I'm waiting for that. I get a lot of letters from attorneys. I don't want that one. Anyway. So what happened is that we challenged it and we said, wait a second, this is not right. The permit is wrong. For example, we said, no, this is not just petroleum, they handle hazardous waste. This is not right. There are water additives being added to the water that uses to clean those tanks, goes on the ground, and when it rains, all of that water additive, which is, they have boilers out there, and anybody who knows a boiler must use water additive, all that gets washed out into Wolf Lake on the Illinois side. And I filed a challenge. And the state, of course, always steps into the place of industry. Industry has it easy. They never challenge it. Indiana steps up and says, no, you can't do that. I would invite all of you to read the findings of that case. The findings of that case, to me, the most important part is that IDEM claimed that they had sent notice to myself, to Mike, to the Southeastern Side Environmental people, to the city of Hammond, to Lake County, and that all of this had been done above board. And then our challenge to the permit really wasn't appropriate because all this public notice had gone out. Their own court found out that none of that was true. Think about that, folks. When an agency says its own staff, I don't think it's too strong a word, said they lied about it, right? They said, we sent notice to Dave, we sent notice to Mike. They produced these addresses that were like Mike's address from years ago, my address, it was this wrong number, but I point out it's my business address. I get letters, my name, Hammond, Indiana. I swear I get letters that way. They make it there. Their letters never showed up. And their own court found out that the permit had been poorly issued, that they hadn't followed their own procedure. The judge didn't find a lot of the substantive arguments that I wanted to challenge, like at a later date, like the use of water additives, the fact that there are hazardous waste on site. So that's the one that, again, Ollie took, like, you know, and rightfully so, Mike, you know, says we won, and we did. And you would think that now there should be a new permit, but because permits are good for 5 years, and because if your permit becomes invalid, your old permit is what kicks in, they've done nothing. So I think that came out a couple of years ago, and let me see the date on that was December. So it's from December of 22, see the judge's opinion. I'm sure she signed it. Yeah, so on the 9th day of January, so we've heard nothing since that time. All of the things that we alleged, I don't know, they never contacted me. I had some whistleblowers contact me and say, look, I used to work out there, this is how things are, this is how they're doing this stuff. All reported in the state of Indiana, and we've heard nothing. So that's how those things get addressed. So in that case, again, I'm giving you the bad news, I think. The other one that comes up quite a bit is Polyjohn. Oh, I'm sorry. With regard to that, one of the things that we alleged was that they were using, or they were handling hazardous waste, and that should also be addressed. Shortly after the judge's opinion, that company filed a settlement agreement with the state. It's about $6,000 penalty they had to pay for mishandling hazardous waste that they didn't have. But because you are part of the area of concern, which is the thing with the city of the state's RAP committee, they took that money and gave it to a project in the city of Gary. So didn't ask anything about Wolf Lake. It's on your lake, and didn't ask you, didn't contact anybody, just took that money and decided through their Citizens Advisory Committee, which has no local representatives, to take that $6,000 and spend it in the city of Gary. And I'd love to ask someone from the state of Indiana why they decided to do that. To me, that just smacks in the face of groups like this, which say, you know, you're out here trying to get things done, and you could certainly do a supplemental environmental project, but instead, arbitrarily, they just decided we think better, we know better than the people who live in that community. And that's, to me, the real insult on these issues.
And a $6,000 fine for a major corporation is nothing. I mean, that's not even like, that's like depreciation on a truck.
Next door, which is Polyjohn. What's going on at Polyjohn? Company that's right over here. They make portable toilets and plastics. I would invite all of you, if you get a chance, to go out there and take a look at that wetland. The company, maybe through inadvertence or just being negligent, discharged, I don't know, maybe millions of pieces of plastic into the wetlands over here. It was obvious, it was notorious. You could not miss the fact that they were discharging all this plastic. So in that case, lots of people complained. I did file a notice of suits that I'm ready to sue. I mean, how hard is it? No permit to discharge, it's plastic. I don't have to show anything chemically or anything. I mean, I got envelopes, like you can see it. Get ready to file my lawsuit. The day the response is due, I get a letter from their law firm saying, you know, how dare you question us, you know, we're not doing anything wrong. On that day, it was Good Friday a couple of years ago, it was the worst discharge ever. It looked like a huge, I don't know, bowl of just plastic stuff, just horrible. And a lot of it's really fine, almost consistency of sand. And that was completely discharged into the environment. So IDEM says, I'm ready to file a suit. I'm ready on this one. I'm here, I'm gonna go. And IDEM, with like 1 day to go, files their own administrative suit against the wrong company. It gives you an idea of how much time they spent on this. Files a suit, and they've resolved it now. And we should all be incredibly happy that that whole site has been cleaned up. Because I think in total, they've now paid about $1,100 in fines. And except for the first day when they came out in the city of Hammond, who later denied that they had done it, even though it was Hammond Sanitary District trucks. Again, my FOIA request said there was no documents, we never were there. And it's like, well, I have photographs of you there, but we'll let them go. They were doing a good job. They were trying to clean up that stuff. After that, it's been out there. It's still there. It's been years now. Now, nothing's been cleaned up. The plastic is still there, and they've paid a few $1,000s, maybe less than
Not even.
Not even, yeah. I think
Yeah,
one
not
fine
a
is
few
800,
thousand,
one fine is
about
300.
1,000.
What's going on there? No answer from anybody. I mean, again, this is, go over there and take a look, because the weeds will be down now. You can actually see this colorful plastic everywhere that was being discharged into the environment, no permit. The state did come back and then gave them a permit, which may or may not allow them to discharge plastics, because you know what they did? They gave them one of those general permits that don't have anything specific. So it's unclear as to whether or not they now have a permit to discharge plastic. I'd ask IDEM, but they don't like to talk to me too often, so. Other issues within the water, oh my gosh, I'm on 1 minute over, but I really want to talk about this one because it's bad. I don't give you the good ones. There are plenty of good ones, by the way. You know, I looked at to things like Lever Brothers and Cargill. You know, they're not having terrible problems over there. They actually care about the environment, which is great. Seems like these smaller companies that not really paying attention, and you get, you know, if we had planning for these water bodies, if we actually did sit down and have advisory formal stuff, I think all of this would be avoided. I think it would be very difficult for someone to sit there and say, you don't count enough. We're going to discharge this plastic into your neighborhood. We could stop it, but we're not going to do it because we just aren't going to do it. That's really easy to say by ignoring something. But if they had a committee and they had to show up every month and say, we're ignoring you, I don't think they would do it. The last one I really wanted to point out today, just briefly. You guys probably saw it a few months ago. There was that front page of the newspaper that said that the south area of George Lake was getting cleaned up. Everybody saw that, right? Yeah, read that one carefully. That's the south basin of George Lake. That's really the southern end of it. Again, not excavated, but never filled. So that's the southern shore of George Lake down there. That is part of the remedial action plan, although they claim they had nothing to do with it. But the long and short of it is they are cleaning that up. There is no public input as far as I can tell. There's no committees, there's nothing. And the one reason I thought that should be brought to everyone's attention is, again, I think it's a real failure of the Clean Water Act being applied here, and again, ignoring the community and just pretending like we don't exist. In that case, it's the canal. So imagine the lake, right? At one time was all the way from St. John's down this big, wide lake. In fact, at one point they were going to move the slaughterhouses of Chicago down here because they could harvest the ice from this lake. That's how big George Lake was. All the way to Sheffield Avenue, not Calumet, which is made later, and all the way to New York Avenue, which is here straight down. So you had this vast body of water. So that's the remnants of George Lake. To give you an idea of my position on, again, why I think the state and federal government in this case is ignoring the local community, it's George Lake. It's been George Lake forever. It's been George Lake since the maps are first developed in the 1850s. It's George Lake. Lake George is in Hobart, George Lake is in Hammond. US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, the state of Indiana has a full watershed management plan, apparently, that they're not sharing, and they call it Lake George. Sorry, as soon as I see Lake George on anybody's document, I know they're not from here, I know they're not paying attention, and they're ignoring the citizens. In that case, again, to give you an idea of why all these laws are important, but I think they are failing us locally. In that case, the Corps of Engineers and the US EPA came out and decided for this community that there was contamination at the bottom of the canal out there. That canal was dug, and we don't have time to go the whole history of the J&L site. A J&L site is completely hazardous waste contaminated piece of property. So everything south of the tanks over here, all the way to the canal, was hazardous waste dumped from much of it from the laboratories that used to be in these buildings where they invented chemicals like commercial use of polyester, but all the things that didn't invent that got dumped down there. So there's all kinds of weird stuff, I'm sure. So the south end of that is a canal that was dug in the early 19 teens as a ship canal because they were going to put a steel mill down there, which they never did. Long and short of it is, again, that's a natural body of water that should be protected for all of us, right? We all agree. Public trust doctrine says, hey, this in any other part of the state, if you have a public body of water, it should be protected. Arbitrarily, US EPA and IDEM came in and said, you know, the contamination on the bottom of that canal, don't clean it out. We're just going to cap it. We're going to put some stuff on top of it. We're going to put a cap on it. We're going to cover it with wetlands. It's going to look great. You guys are going to love it. I asked one of the people who developed that, is it going to leak? And his answer was, probably. We don't know. Now, you saw that big front page thing with the congressman and our local representative cutting the ribbon, how wonderful it was. Think about it, folks. That's a hazardous waste disposal site. The only difference between that and putting it on dry land is this one's underwater. I asked the Corps of Engineers, why in the world would you allow that with no public input? Nobody from the city of Hammond knows anything about this thing. And their answer was, well, the responsible party in this case probably couldn't afford it. The responsible party is BP. Shortly thereafter, they announced billions of dollars in profit, billions of dollars. And they said, well, I don't think they can afford it. Any questions? I've already gone over my time. As you can tell, I have good, like I said, there's plenty of good news. The good news is that the major discharges, I mean, they take care of it. But there's lots of things like this that shouldn't happen. These are clumsy errors. These are things that should never happen. These are things that the law protects us. These are things that, you know, if somebody's paying attention, if you had watershed management planning, if you had community oversight, I don't think any of this would happen. Question?
Does the state of Illinois, can it sue, for instance, even though the tanker company is in Indiana because the discharge?
Oh, what a great question. I got a whole brief on that and I argued it. And you know what happened? You remember? You changed governors and all my witnesses got fired.
Oh.
They were all calling me, asking me if I knew of a job. It was under, who's the guy?
Browner?
Yeah, he fired all my witnesses.
Oh.
I was ready to go. I was ready to argue that. You're right. And there's some case law that says, like, you know, a discharge in the middle of a lake, it's kind of a draw. My argument, what the company's done, if you ever look from Google, their discharge pipe, it's a pump, it's not constant. And what they did is they excavated the wetlands, so it was a direct, and then somebody carved into the berm that's actually the state line, somebody carved a trough, and that's enough to be a point source under the Clean Water Act. And if you excavated a trough, and I made that wonderful argument, and I'm not kidding, everybody from Illinois got fired that I had as witnesses, and it was really nice, so we dropped it, there was no way to.
So can you, I mean, is it still happening?
You talk to the folks from Illinois, the Illinois EPA can take that position. They should see what it looks like when they discharge. It is a brown plume. I mean, that's what
It's still happening.
Yeah, every time it rains.
And a person can't, like, what did you say about a regular person?
You could file a citizen's.
My question, tying in with Lisa's and what else thing was, okay, so how do we hire you or someone like you to teach citizen people, like, these are our rights and you do this step and this step and this step, and we can go in and we can figure out who we need to contact?
See,
to know how
I
to
could
play
do
that
that,
game?
but I would tell you that I hope it doesn't have to get that far. I'm baffled as to why, and again, I deal with Indiana, why Indiana consistently treats us so badly. I mean, just looks you in the eye and just does nothing. I was telling someone earlier that I'm on YouTube somewhere. I was challenging the Whiting Metals permit over here. And I somehow found out the governor was gonna be here along with the head of EPA, and I went down the alley and went around all the security guards and I confronted him. And I hated that I had had to do that. Watch that video. It's not me, because that guy has a lot less hair on the back of his head than I'm certain I have. I was really shocked to find out that I didn't have it, but think about that. That was like 4 years ago, and telling him, look, Federated Metals is contaminated, you need to help us. And they announced it, and in that 4 years, we've had our first meeting after all that. I don't know why. I mean, you can, somebody else would, you know, wants to do a research.
I mean, they're citizens, they're opting to go with corporations over their own citizens of their state. I mean, that's a disturbing concept, that your life in your community, legal livelihood of your community is less important than.
But let's be honest,
corporation.
when you are, you know, a community citizen and you are passionate about your community, passionate about the trees, passionate about flowers, whatever it is, how are you seen by a politician?
I see it as both.
No, you're seen as a tree hugger,
People
you're
vote,
seen
corporations
as
don't vote.
that crazy lady, here she's here again to complain, or, you know, that
I-
is how,
I
that is
think-
what you see.
That would be the case if we were there, but we're not even close to that.
You're right.
And you get responses of just, you know, attrition, nothing. Just don't return a phone call. It's easy. We're not gonna do anything. I mean, you have a facility right across the parking lot over here that's discharging into those wetlands. It's that simple. That material should have been cleaned up ages ago. It's still not. You know, I want someone to answer that and not to just say, nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, and that avoidance, like, I mean, it is really disturbing, and I think that's unfortunately, I'm seeing that more and more as a trend. I mean, even the Supreme Court is making announcements, and there are organizations and businesses that are just like, I'm just not gonna respond, I'm not gonna do it. And when they can say that to states, and states are saying, you know, sorry, I'm just not gonna do anything about it. So then where is the ability to ever effectuate change? I don't know,
I
it's
think the
terrifying.
public needs to stand up and to say things like you paid hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop a remedial action plan for this area. You've told the public that you have done this. You've received federal grant dollars and said that you have done this or are doing this, and then you haven't. And we want an answer. I think the biggest problem right now is that our local state reps and senators, as hard as they fight, they are so overwhelmed. Because they are Democrats and nobody else in Indiana is, maybe that's it, but I don't know why, and it's not against big industry, these are small industries, this is not, I can't, if the state's fear is that, you know, somebody that loves flowers and trees is gonna take on big industry, that's never going to happen.
Right.
You're not gonna win at that, they're not gonna change anything, but it's just the sloppiness. It's the fact that you don't have a watershed management plan for the state of Indiana for a lake that, you know.
Does
lakes
Illinois
are-
have one?
Pardon?
Does Illinois have one?
I imagine they have something. They're not part of that. I'm sure they would have something though, because they take care of their side. They've got a state park, they've got a presence. They answer their phone, they answer their questions, and granted, they disagree with me on the discharge into your lake, but for the most part, they do a great job. I mean, you've got a county park or whatever you are, forest preserve park over there.
Right.
This side, we have nothing. We have no coherent, no cohesive plan for anything here. And we have these wonderful resources that everyone would admit, these are incredible resources. We have trucker salons out here today, you know, it's amazing that we have I don't know if they're endangered or not, you guys are birders can tell me. These swans out here, we see the bald eagles down here, it's an amazing piece of property that needs to be taken care of, and yet, you know, just, I don't know how you persuade the state that they're important and we deserve the same attention the rest of the state gets, but we don't, it's just simply treated badly. Any other questions? I'm so glad to report it, at least the one for the image.
I said that when you started talking, I said, where'd that reporter go? You told me the reporter was like, she knew you were gonna talk.
Oh, yeah, he wants something for the like the Federated Metals site. He did a good story about that one.
He's done some good, he seems to focus on the southeast side, or he started.
Who is that?
Michael Hawthorne of the Chicago Tribune.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
There's another gentleman that has done a lot of stories too, for the Tribune, or is this?
Some. Red shades.
Yeah, it's Brett Chase.
Oh, well, any other questions about local facilities? I did review everybody and kind of see what's out there. Federated Metals is gonna be a huge issue for George Lake. It's probably gonna change the lake forever. It is a natural body of water. It retains its original, at least it's, the bottom of the lake is probably, it's never been dredged, so it has changed. It used to be covered with bulrushes. But I imagine eventually, the bad news on Superfund and Federated Metals and George Lake is that they'll probably get to it about 20 years from now. Superfund moves at a snail's pace, so I'm probably not gonna see it in my lifetime, but we'll probably lose that as a natural water body. Have something that's akin to the lake that's deeper and whatever. It's not gonna be what we have now, which I think is a real gem. Any other questions?
Thank you for putting a good fight.
Oh, questions in the chat, there's no questions in the
So
chat.
there weren't questions so much, there was just comments. Someone commented that they're you know, thanking you for looking into the discharge because it's on their property too. And that they're working with a lawyer.
You spoke to a Region 2 lawyer, that won't help you because you need a Region 5 lawyer. Region 5 is Chicago, I used to work there. So I know. This is my hobby, by the way, I do not do this.
Thank you.
All right, go to Lauren, the chief. This is Richard.
Yes, I'm here on Zoom. How are you?
There she is. Hi, Lauren. It's this
Hi,
time
how
of
are
year.
you?
All right.
It is.
It's the only time we
That's a
have.
tough one.
It's the only time we ever see each other.
I know. But good afternoon, David. You're a tough act to follow, so I'm gonna try to keep this short and sweet as best as I can. But I'm here on behalf of the EPA Region 5 Superfund Program. As you kind of led into perfectly, our process is slow and steady, and I'm here largely because of people like yourself and others that have really pushed for the Shroud property site to be listed on the national priorities list. And that kind of gives the Superfund program authority to come in and spend federal money on the site. Are you able to see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I just took this photo yesterday. So this is the Shroud property site. For anyone that's not familiar with where it's located, it's just south of Indian Creek and west of Avenue O. You can see here it's a former slag disposal site that was used by Republic Steel and then LTV Steel to dispose of their waste for decades. And it's huge. This photo can't really capture all of it. It's about 70 acres. But I'm here to talk just a little bit today about where we're at in the Superfund process and kind of pick up, where I left off last year. So I think I mentioned the site is in the remedial investigation and feasibility stage of the Superfund process. This is kind of the first stage of the process after listing on the national priorities list. And our first step is the remedial investigation, the RI, which involves an evaluation of the nature and extent of contamination from the site and also the threats to human health and the environment. After we basically go out and collect a lot of data, sometimes multiple rounds of data collection, we look at this information and use that to inform what we would consider different cleanup options and ultimately select a remedy with public input. So we continue to coordinate, with Illinois EPA and the city, as well as other local stakeholders to start these investigations. And, we've had some progress since last year, slow and steady, like I said. So we just approved our field sampling plan in October, and that was with input again from Illinois EPA and others. What that means is we're going to be getting started on some early investigations. Really, this is our first investigation on the EPA side of the site. So we're going to be collecting a lot of soil, groundwater, surface water, and sediment data over the next year or so. And we're prepping right now to start this field work in November. Fingers crossed, weather dependent. And that's going to kick off with some surface water and sediment sampling in Indian Creek coming up soon. After that, we're going to also be drilling about 40 borings on the site to start collecting soil samples. We're going to be going down, basically the native material. How deep that is, we don't know yet, but it's at least probably 20 to 30 feet of slag that we're going to be going through to even hit that native material. After that, we're also going to be installing some permanent wells across the site to start looking at groundwater concentrations and collect, rounds of groundwater data over time. We're also planning on doing some limited soil sampling from offsite properties along the site boundary this fall. So I figured this would probably be an area of most interest for this group, which would be the sediment and surface water sampling. So as it stands right now, during this first phase of the investigation, we're looking at collecting about 20 co-located surficial sediment samples and sediment cores from both Indian Creek and the Hyde Lake wetlands. The wetlands basically are on each other side of the site on the east, west, and a little bit to the south as well. We're also going to be collecting 2 sets of 20 surface water samples, which are going to be co-located with the sediment sample locations. And this will be starting in November with the sediment and surface water sampling. And then we're looking at doing another round of surface water sampling in the spring and summer. So we're going to be looking for water quality parameters in the surface water, things like pH, temperature, turbidity, a lot of the items that, those before me touched on. And then, obviously our primary concern is metals, migration from the slag into the creek and the wetlands. So we're going to be collecting, samples to send to the lab to analyze for a number of different parameters as well. big proponent and fan of, using the web, being as transparent as possible in terms of what we're posting. Just for anyone that hasn't been on the website, I've got it linked here in my presentation, and we try to keep the web content in the site documents and data section as up to date as possible. So if you do have a chance to go on there and take a look, this is kind of the equivalent of EPA's like virtual file cabinet. I know a lot of the states have similar electronic repositories as well, but we've got a number of documents up here, including our field sampling plan, conceptual site model, and a lot of recent updates in terms of photos and things like that. Picking up kind of where I left off last year, I know I talked about barriers and trying to limit access to the site as much as possible due to the health risks and the contamination on site. We had completed a lot of the construction of the barrier system on the northern portion of the site last year. The city we've been partnering with did the barrier system on the south end of the site, and they finished that up this summer. The final phase was installing warning signs and gates to hopefully close off both sides to vehicle access. It's really been our primary concern, and we're hoping we can kind of limit some of the recreational use as well as the fly dumping that's been an issue for a long time now. So you can see here, this is the gate on the northern portion of the site. We've got a lot of signage and information about the site with the QR code as well. We're going to be out there still performing maintenance and repairs to the barrier over the next year. We've had already a couple instances of the front fence being cut, and we continue to kind of monitor that. Every time I'm out there, I'm looking at the fence. And we're also still working with the city to install some cameras to monitor for continued trespassing and dumping at the site. So as I said, field work for the RFS is expected to begin later this month and continue as long as the weather allows us to. So yeah, we're going to be out there next week marking out for the soil borings and sediment locations as well. And then we're planning on being out to do the surface water and sediment samplings the week of November 13th. Drilling is likely going to begin the week after Thanksgiving and continue as long as weather allows. Once we kind of complete this initial phase of the investigation in 2024, we're going to be looking at the data and publishing it online, and also providing the results to the community, both online and in person. I've been out there the last couple of weeks kind of doing some door knocking and talking to some of the local residents right along the site boundary, and we're hoping to kind of amp that up with some availability sessions or meetings depending on the level of interest from the community. We're also in the early stages of doing a reuse assessment for the site, and I'll hopefully have some more information on that for this group sooner than next November. But we're really looking for community input on the future use of the site. And right now the site is zoned industrial, and we just want to start those conversations early with the community so we understand what the vision is for the site long term. Here's my contact information. Like I said, I'm trying to keep this short and sweet. For anybody that did work with Heriberto Leon, our previous community involvement coordinator, he did retire this past summer. Phil Gurley is our new community involvement coordinator, and I've been trying my best to kind of get him up to speed. And he's been out door knocking with me as well the last couple of weeks. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions or concerns around on the site. And again, these are just kind of my resources that I'm referencing and what I showed on that site documents page. These are all publicly available for anyone to look at online. That's all I had. Go for it.
The question is about when you're saying long range plan, what is is there a date that you're thinking? Like my lifetime, my kid's lifetime, my grandchildren's lifetime, for what the site is going to look like? What is your?
What the site is going to look like?
But you were asking for community input on what we think should happen with the site and what it should look like. I'm familiar with Big Marsh, where they took a very poor site and have turned it into something really nice. So you're asking us for our input of what the site should look like. What lifetime, what date are we looking at that you think that it could have something on it?
Well, it's going to depend probably realistically on when we select a cleanup and can actually implement the cleanup. Right now, I don't think the site even could be used for industrial purposes because we're exceeding so many of the industrial screening levels based on the data we have. So we're looking long term, but it's never really, in my opinion, anyways, too soon to start these conversations.
But it kind of is if it's my lifetime or my kid's lifetime or, you know, my grandkids' lifetime. That's why I'm asking, what, 2050, 2070? I don't know. What are you thinking?
Probably in the next decade.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the Hyde Lake, the EPA work at Hyde Lake?
The EPA work at Hyde Lake?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think that gives you an idea what it's gonna look like. Because that cleanup of Hyde Lake ended up at Spragmites.
I have high hopes that something productive can come of it because I've seen what has happened at Big Marsh. So, you know, I like to be optimistic.
I don't think Big Marsh was contaminated in the same way though.
As Shroud is,
I feel like Shroud's way more contaminated.
Would that be your thought as well, Lauren, that Shroud is much more contaminated than Big Marsh?
I think, you know, no two sites are the same and each probably has their own challenges, but this one is, you know, it's extremely large and there's a lot of material here. And so, you know, size wise and, you know, just in terms of like the amount of slag material here, it's definitely going to pose some challenges.
That slag is so hard to dig into and remove. I mean, you know that, I don't need to tell you.
And the other question is, there's been, attended the opening of the Powderhorn, the connection between Powderhorn and Wolf Lake, and there was somebody talking about moving Indian Creek. Is that on your thought process to move Indian Creek?
I've heard this for years now of people talking about moving Indian Creek, and it's just going to depend on what makes sense. I've seen plans that were drawn up that involved your proposed kind of moving Indian Creek further into the Shroud property site. And I think we're just going to have to kind of look at what we're finding in terms of the contaminants and just, you know, that's part of our process to look at different options for cleaning it up and whether, you know, it moves or not. I think, you know, we need to ultimately decide what, you know, is protective, what, you know, ultimately would result in the creek being, you know, cleaned up and, you know, what makes the most sense. So these are things we're kind of thinking about, but we need to collect the data first so we can use that to make those types of decisions in the future.
So right now, the goal of really as a community member is to make, you know, for me at least, is to make sure that nobody's out on the site. I mean, I really try to do, you know, drive past often and make sure nobody's out there because people do use the site and are on the site. So
I'm taking hikes there.
Yeah.
With kids. Like, oh God.
Yeah.
I won't be doing that no more, but.
Right, but I mean, recently I had to send pictures to Mr. Gurley saying they're back out on the site. So I think as a community member, you know, really all we can do is to, you know, pay attention when you're driving past to make sure nobody's out on the site. Would that be correct? What else?
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, this is kind of our early action of just trying to keep people off until we can investigate it, determine what the best way to clean it up, and then ultimately clean it up. But, you know, as we said, that takes time. And for right now, I mean, the message is that the site is not safe to be out, you know, ATVing on, or certainly not like living or working on. So, you know, to the extent you can keep eyes on it, that's great. I know I've seen those pictures and I'm almost positive those were during the construction of the gate. So it was pretty wide open for access, but please continue to kind of be our eyes out there as much as you can. We definitely appreciate it. You know, I'm local, I'm out at the site, you know, regularly, but I can't be out there every day. So, you know, that's a huge asset to have the community kind of keeping an eye on it. So thank you.
Is there some questions, Richard?
So there's a comment in the chat from Holly Hudson. It's not really a question, just her insight into issues like this.
Do you want to read it or?
Okay, yeah. When I grew up in Northeast Ohio, pre and early days of the Clean Water Act, the municipality used slag from the local steel mills for winter road safety purposes, so-called road safety purposes, well before the use of chlorides. Think there were any heavy metals in stormwater runoff into the local stream systems.
It's before I got into, being a biologist, I was little, right? And so then you think back to your growing up like, oh my gosh, before we knew these things, paid attention.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Lauren.
Thanks for having me.
And next we'll have Chip O'Leary. We last saw each other at the connecting of Wolf Lake and Ottawa, right?
Good day. Thanks. I just want to give folks an update on, I think a topic that we've talked about a number of years in a row here at this meeting, and it's sort of slowly worked its way towards something and past something, which is good news. So going backwards in time, Powderhorn is a small lake south of Wolf Lake. It, for the last 15 plus years, has been at very high water levels. It's impounded by a railroad and 2 roads. And, the only exit point for that lake when it fills up is through the ballast under the railroad in the northeast corner. And that connection often clogs up. And so the lake just fills up and fills up, fills up. And the consequences of that filling up, there's a number of them, but on the biology side of things we are interested in, there's a state nature preserve to the west of the lake. And that nature preserve has been having water tip into the wetlands that are in there, the Dune and Swale, and that was leading to an invasion of cattails and other things and degrading the wetlands in that nature preserve. Additionally, the north half of Powderhorn Lake is quite shallow. It was a marsh originally and has been a marsh on and off again over the last couple of decades. And that marsh level just raised up. It was up high enough that I think 2 years ago we were out there on boats and you couldn't see the bottom. It was not much of a marsh, really, part of it.
Is that where all the blue paths are, that whole? End?
Exactly, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and that historically was more of an emergent marsh, where you'd see more things coming out than things that float on the top, actually things that are open right water. And so the downside to that is that everything that uses that marsh is struggling. So when you have an emergent marsh, you have plants sticking up. In those plants, you can have small fish, so you can have fish growing in there. They have a hiding place. They don't get eaten by the bigger fish in the lake. And so that nursery was kind of highly degraded. You also had water tipping up onto the railroad and actually look down the railroad tracks, and there's water between the tracks. And try to, even though there's ballast underneath, it's still filling up that high. And then it's going through the ballast into the alleyways and avenues, KLM and N. And Pegwish, so a lot of different weird impacts to that lake filling up. And I know for years folks have looked at ways to be able to change the water levels, do something for the lake. What could we do? And I think about 7 years ago, the Forest Preserves worked with the DNR's coastal program and a contractor to an engineering company to look at ways, what could we do? What are our options here? And we're also looking at water quality and a few other things. We found out much like Wolf Lake, the water quality is actually pretty good in Wolf Lake. So, so what came out of that study was that if you go to the northwest corner, there's a place where the water level is higher than Wolf Lake. And so, as everybody knows with water, it flows this way. So that was the good news. We thought it might be flat and we were doomed. So there was enough fall there that if you create a connection, that water could flow from Powderhorn Lake into Wolf Lake. It's, you know, in terms of size, it's about 1/20 of the size of Wolf Lake. So it's a little guy. It's not going to put so much water in Wolf Lake that it's going to raise. So that project was put together and then nobody knew what to do. We didn't have money to fund it. Audubon Great Lakes connected with the Great Lakes Commission and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. They decided they liked the project. This just really be something that's worthwhile along the Great Lakes shoreline. And we began kind of working as a team along with our Illinois DNR, Indiana DNR, and other groups to see if this could happen and actually construct a project. And the project broke ground. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody have that? Were we wearing masks? I can't remember. Might have been right at the beginning of COVID. Or, yeah, right, somewhere around there. And we had some shovel breaking ceremony, groundbreaking ceremony. And then we went into a real pause where we weren't on permits and this other stuff. And through a series of construction work and pauses for weird roadblocks, as of October, even beginning of October of this year, that connection was completed. So that it begins adjacent to the railroad, just south of the railroad. It runs under the railroad into a marsh on the north side, and then through that marsh and travels down to 134th Street.
Yes.
Is that right?
Under the street.
Then it goes under 134th and then through what was once a trailer home park that's been naturalized. And then under 133rd Street and into the parking lot at Wolf Lake, DNR property, into a little pool there and then into the lake itself. So it's a connection. It has two different water control structures, so we can control water levels upstream, both at just north of the railroad tracks, and then again at 134th Street. So that was put in place to make sure that we don't drain the marsh out. That's between two sites. So that's in place. There are two or three locations where they have resting sites for fish or other aquatic species moving up and down the creek. What can happen in sand is you can have the bottom drop out and dry up. So if you're in there and you're a fish, you're out of luck. But we sort of put these little resting sites so as the water goes down, we can find them in these little chambers. Kind of wait it out for the water to come out. There's a lot left to do. I think we just pulled the boards right when we were at that ceremony, and so they do have a water level height they're looking for, and so they'll be able to manage that height at least from bringing it down level. We don't know what nature is going to do on the keeping bringing it down. It might bring it down. We might have dry times and wet times, but that's exciting. I think the next steps are looking at that marsh and figuring out, is it going to restore itself vegetationally? We can get natural plants coming back, which we hope. It could be they've been underwater too long and that won't happen, and there'll have to be some planting and of course a lot of invasive work. And then a nice feature is that the Natural History Survey is going to be doing some assessments of what's moving up and down the creek. So they've got some automatic meters out there, as well as some sampling they're doing in both Wolf and Powderhorn Lakes. So what fish are moving, what other invertebrates are moving. Maybe we'll get some.
You're already seeing a lot of fish moving through there. It's pretty remarkable when you go down. I've been down there now about 5 times in the last probably about 2 months. And every time I go down there, I see lots of fish. So
That's
I'm
great.
like,
Yeah.
you know, and I like substantial fish, not just like little minnows. I mean, like, you know, fried,
That's
bigger
good.
size fish, like big enough that you can. And I'm not really good at identifying them out there, like pumpkin seeds or sunfish or whatever,
Sure,
crappies or
sure.
whatever, but they're there. And they're moving through, and sometimes they're schooling, and so clearly
That's
there's
really
fish in
good.
there.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's good to see results early, and I
Yeah.
think Noel will be happy to hear that. That was their main interest. Fishing. You know, Audubon's interested in the birds that are gonna use that really large marsh at the north end. We're hoping to see some response on the bird side here in the next couple of years, quick. We just kind of have to cross our fingers on the vegetation side and see what happens on that. But that's kind of a quick update. The forest preserves of Cook will be managing the board, so they'll be doing the height up and down, and they'll be coordinating with DNR and other folks too, just to make sure how that works well. And doesn't create an issue on its own. I would say that I did want to give a shout out to the Indiana Harbor Belt Railroad, who did a really nice job working with us on this project. Very, I think it created a little bit of worry on their end that they really helped us work through how could we make that work. Without them, the project would be gone.
I think, I'm just gonna cut you off, but I think the amazing thing about this project is the amount of people that came together at agencies to make this happen and everybody working together. So it gives hope to the Indiana side that you can make it, you know, Illinois side made it work, so.
Yeah.
Because they did, I mean,
And it was
name
funny,
off all the.
yeah, because it was like the Forest Preserve, it was Cook County, it was
NOAA.
EPA, yeah, it was like so many different agencies that had to come in, people from Hegwish and.
Right.
You know, like they're just all these people that were
Right,
involved in it.
and put it together, and it actually worked and finished and, yeah, so.
Yeah, we had support from the county commissioners, we had support from the aldermen, you know,
You're right,
There
and
was-
even a guy from South Dakota.
that's right. That's right.
They're from Ottawa.
Yeah, we had a lot of people involved in it. I think it was just, you know, the combination of being in an urban area, being an ongoing issue that had, you know, multiple benefits at once, that all helped it a lot. And then having, Audubon did a really good job of building a story that people were interested in, you know, that helped a lot.
Right, they did good marketing.
Yeah, like birders are active, like birders and bikers tend to be advocates. Look at communities,
Very
you
well
activate bikers and birders, they get things done, just saying, future notice.
I was gonna say you need some rocky shoreline before the mud puppy school.
Okay.
Go south.
I'll talk to you about that.
There are beaver in the Powder Pomeranian, but what is the like part of beaver part of your planning?
Yeah, I think for now, we're seeing, yeah, you can see the den from up on the tracks. So yeah, it's a potential problem for blocking that water off. The idea is we'll see what forms up. We do have those beaver deceivers. You've seen those before. Supposedly a lot of what tracks them is the gurgling sound. They can sound gurgling and they like to stop that. And so these deceivers kind of pull water in and through the system in a different way that reduces that gurgling. So that's one option we're looking at. We're just gonna have to play that one. See it. It'll happen, no doubt. Yeah.
Would you call this a creek, a channel, a drainage ditch?
It's all those, yeah, it's kind of like a Frankenstein, because we were trying to make as much open as we could for fish, right? We don't want to put them in tubes too much, but some places you have to go on roads, et cetera, for that, but yeah, so it's a 3 channels and 3 pipes. And I think that's how that went down. Does that sound right?
So does that mean it needs a name?
That's true, it could, yeah. Yeah,
And would
we're just calling it the
community
connector right
Hegwish
now.
name
Yes,
it?
they're gonna have to have, the only disappointing thing was that there weren't enough, I mean, there were only a handful of community people there for the ribbon cutting.
Yeah.
It would have been amazing for student groups to come out and see that feat, right? You know, if you've got high schoolers who are thinking about being an environmental engineer, that would have been the place to be.
I didn't know about it.
You didn't know about it,
Yeah,
right?
so-
So really, in the future going forward, if the Forest Preserve can lead some groups out there to just, again, explain just like you're doing, but to the, you know, students. I
Yeah,
think that would
yeah.
be amazing.
I'll talk to folks about that, because I know that was one of the challenges opening day, or the ribbon cutting was Monday. is that right?
Yeah, it
Something
was.
like that. You know, so if you're working with like federal partners, they can't travel on a Saturday, Sunday, right? So for some of our partners, that it had to be a weekday. But the ribbon, the groundbreaking, I think, was a Saturday. But I think we somehow can do a second type of event or something.
Yeah,
for people to
I
come
did bring
look
my
at
kids
it.
there though, by the way, just
Oh, you
not,
did?
like
Okay.
recently, but not during that event.
Right, no.
But we did that canoeing thing, the paddling event that happened at Powderhorn
Right.
a couple of weeks ago. And I had a lot of kids from my ecology club come out for that, and then I took them to the creek, the whatever we're gonna call it, the
Connection,
drainage
yeah.
connector. And we talked about it and we looked at it and we were looking at the fish and, yada, yada. But, I mean, and kids were like really interested. And I had kids from Headwish, like I have kids from this neighborhood who didn't even really know about it. And so it was like, oh, this is what it is. This is what its purpose is. We were talking about like, why is there a pond in the middle of the parking lot? And that was a conversation. But it's a really cool thing. It's neat. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to check it out because it's really cool engineering. And it is, it's gonna make a difference for that body of water, a profound difference for Powderhorn. So it's cool, and we just been canoeing on that, so that made a nice dovetail.
Right, I just always think, a lot of kids don't maybe want to have a job in environmental, but don't know what it is, so there were a lot of environmental.
Yeah, and it's also something you can do in an urban area.
Yes.
Like, there's some kids who don't wanna live in like, the middle of nowhere, but
Right.
you can still work in environmental issues in, very modern cities, so.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the distance is a little over a quarter mile, so it's not like a long walk to see the whole thing. You can, there's a.
Or
Yep.
block. Right?
Yeah,
block.
so, yeah,
33rd, 34th, 35th.
yeah, and there's, like some hard top along half of it, and then you can go up the alleyway. So you have to get in the mud. and
Right,
walk
yeah,
through
we
it.
tromped through the kind of week a little bit, although we were very bird encrusted by the time we got out, but that's okay.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Marianne? Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
No, thank you, Dan, there was the before me.
I know, but Chip.
I covered
Stuff
that.
to do.
Okay.
Chip.
Right.
Which one was it? It was the numbers. I'll just say this. Slideshow. Great. Hello, I'm Marianne Kozlowski. I am the volunteer site steward at Eggers Grove, which is the property immediately north of Wolf Lake and the William Powers Conservation Area. And I'm just going to discuss vegetation at Eggers. Actually, well, two things. Number one, I'm in a room with a lot of scientists and I am not a scientist. So if you see some egregious error, please tell me. And secondly, all of the pictures, except for maybe one or two, are at Eggers. And so for instance, this picture here is a small group of sassafras trees right at the southern border of around the turning circle of the southern parking lot. So that's a shot of Eggers. Eggers can be really beautiful. And Eggers no longer has any kind of water connection to Wolf Lake because of slag dumping right at 118th Street in the power lines for decades. So we are cut off water-wise. The district, Forest Preserve District, went to a great lengths to mitigate for that a few years ago with another project. But my connection to Wolf Lake really is the vegetation. So this is going to be a slide on some of the vegetation and some of the things that we're doing to try to promote healthy, diverse vegetation at Eggers Grove. Okay, so first, I found some very interesting historical data that we're going to go through. We'll, I have some slides showing what we're doing on restoration work days at Eggers, and there will be some pictures of vegetation at East Marsh, the slag field, which is at 118th Street, and vegetation I have found at Wolf Lake. This was a real wonderful surprise, actually. And then the deer. I'm going to have to talk about deer after all of the time I have spent being a steward. Next slide. Okay, the Forest Preserve District was founded in the 19-teens, and shortly thereafter, they started issuing annual reports, beautiful little volumes with a lot of good information. And I've always asked myself, well, when did Eggers really become a set aside? When did the Forest Preserve purchase it? How long has it been Eggers Grove? And in the 1919 report, this map is from 1918, Eggers is not shown here as a holding. All of the Forest Preserve District holdings are in black. But if you come over here and you take a look, there's Eggers. So Eggers has been around for over 100 years as a Forest Preserve District holding, which is a long time. And had I known this back in 2021, I would have wanted a centennial party. Maybe we can do a belated one or something, something nice. And 2021 would have been at the height of COVID, so I couldn't have done it. Wait, all right. So also in the 1921 book, this is the one descriptive sentence for Eggers and Powderhorn. Down the Indiana state line is a splendid tract of 750 acres to the north and south of Wolf Lake, the latter a chief attraction to duck hunters. And then also in that same volume, it shows that the state line district, which was what Powderhorn and Eggers were part of, was 750 acres. And in 1921, you can see the Forest Preserve District owned 18,000 acres in Cook County. They're up to nearly 70,000 now. So we were a really early holding. Next slide. This one I found really interesting. The Forest Preserve District's archives are held at the University of Illinois at Chicago in their library. And a lot of stuff is available online. This I pulled off from online. And what it is reforestation plans for back in 1937. Now, this map is north over here. So here's 112th Street. Here is the old Pennsylvania Railroad, because that was still in existence in 1937. You've got the Illinois-Indiana border up at the top. And actually, these are still the same contours for the bike path down through a parking lot. And this is where the
field house is.
Yeah, the field house is. So
and then the railroad line, that's now the trail, right? That's the BD.
And that is now the bike trail, right? And this parking area is here. They can show, it shows a little pavilion already, that one, the South Pavilion. It calls the area, this parking lot up here, that is no longer there. The Forest Preserve District reclaimed that as natural area. It has a long ways to go before it really is, but you can see where it's got play fields noted. And all of the rest of this map shows where the Forest Preserve planned to put in more trees. Next slide, please. So this is the bottom right-hand corner, but it shows that working at the same time was the Department of the Interior, the National Park Service, and the state of Illinois were all part of this reforestation plan. Yeah, there are dates there for 1937 as well. This slide shows what species of trees they plan to plant. And I was just amazed at the number. Over 27,000 trees were going to go into that area over here. And also the 6,500 shrubs. What is also interesting is what was going to be planted. There were practically there were 2 oak species, but a lot of the predominant oaks in there right now were not trees that they were planning to plant. And I don't know if that's because they were already in you know, they were already present in great numbers south of the brick building, or I don't know why. So there's a lot of interesting follow-up to be done to know what Eggers was really like back then. I'm sorry?
I'm just laughing at your no hackberry.
Well, yeah, you know, I kind of like it a hackberry, so. All right, so this is a picture showing, well, this is a Google Maps current, showing what the preserve looks like right now compared to this, to the reforestation map. And whereas were going to put in hundreds, well, actually thousands of seedlings along the road. And this, by the way, no longer is a road. This is now the bike path over to the brick building. But you can see how open it is. And I don't know the history why we would go from so many seedlings planted. Don't know if they didn't make it or if the you know, plans just changed for what that land was supposed to be. But
see the dune and swale topography there, though. Maybe they decided to try to capture that.
they could have. They could have.
The trees.
Yep, that would be, you know, it'd be an interesting topic for future research, just to know why the difference. The other thing, oh, if you could go back, thanks, is right here. It looks as if they must have pieced together two parts of this plan and left out a middle, because as you can see, the edges don't match. And well, I'd have to go look at the map live at the University of Illinois to see what that was. Next slide. Okay, restoration at work days at Eggers in this past year. We volunteers put in practically 1,000 hours of workday time. And so this is just a shout out to everybody who comes out there, even in terrible weather, to help out at Eggers. But all right, so this picture, by the way, is at Eggers. It's at the it's in the woodland. That is not poison ivy, for those of you who might be worried. This one is Virginia creeper. So we're going to look at woody invasives removal in 3 spots in the grove, and then just a little bit about seed collecting. Okay, so we have been engaged in several kinds of activities at Eggers. We are working on every dot there represents a work site. And we are working on, you can barely tell, this is the Big East Marsh. This is the one that's been getting all of the attention. But our middle marsh right here also has a lot of wonderful conservative species. And we are trying to remove impediments to diversifying and multiplying those wonderful species. So we have 4 sites up at the north end of, excuse me, middle marsh. We have been trying to remove concrete from a fly dumping pile in one of our best woodlands down there. And this is our most current project. We found chinkapin oak on the Eggers property. Those of you who might remember my talk from last year, we were really excited about finding 2 chinkapin oak about here. But the real story was that Indiana at one time had a huge chinkapin oak grove, which was destroyed. And over on the Illinois side, there was still a chance of a small grove. So the question was, where were those trees? And this is the old Nike missile site right here. And we found the 2 trees right here, and we are working to clear the invasives out from around those 2 trees. Next slide. Okay, middle marsh. This is actually, I really love that tree. That is in our middle marsh. And what you see down here, by the way, is something called bristly sedge, Carex camosa. It's one of the species that we're trying to encourage in our middle marsh. It's a great sedge. Next slide. Okay, one of the problems in middle marsh is that there are a lot of down trees. And if you're a contractor, if you're you're the Forest Preserve District and you've contracted for herbicide or some company, whether it's Pizzo Associates, Stantec, they have to walk through this mess. which makes them not as efficient. They don't get as much done. And we have problems with Phragmites, with reed canary grass, with purple loosestrife, and most recently with field thistle. And they're going to wipe out the good stuff in our marshes unless we do something. But you try to walk through that, and you try to walk through that with one of those backpacks full of herbicide on your back, you are not going to make a lot of progress. So what we wanted to do was get rid of, these pictures don't show it, we have too much buttonbush, which is killing out the marsh plants. Buttonbush is a native, but it's not, it's out of balance here in our middle marsh. And we also want to get rid of the downed wood, but not the big logs, because the big logs provide habitat for salamanders, and we have a lot of salamanders at Eggers. Slide. Okay, one of the advantages at Eggers for burn sites, so we do, there has been one controlled burn that I know of at Eggers, but we do a lot of brush pile burns at Eggers, and siting a brush pile burn is can be a challenge if you are concerned about things like sterilizing the soil underneath the burn pile. It takes a while for the soil to recover. Well, Eggers there were a lot of developed areas at Eggers, probably in the early in the first half of the 20th century. And we find these abandoned concrete platforms. This one was probably a huge dance platform from the 30s and 40s. And they turn into wonderful work areas and areas which are brush pile burns. So this is one of two sites in our middle marsh. Slide. This is what it looks like near that that concrete pad. So you can see all of the downed wood. In this marsh, we have bulrushes, we have, well, we'll get to some of that stuff later. But what we were trying to do is just get rid of stuff like this and this over here. And we've done a good job clearing. One of the contractors, who was Stantec, he said that, yeah, his staff was complaining about all of the downed wood and just trying to get through it. I mean, the downed wood make it so difficult to take out the invasive species that sometimes when I would go there for a species that I could pull, we've been pulling something called butterweed, but I'd have to take a saw out with me. So I'm there to pull species, but I can't even get to them unless I cut, wood away. So it's important. So for contractors, now they don't have to pay me to do that, but you can see that for a contractor, this kind of stuff would be important. So we were getting rid of all that down wood. Next slide. Okay, people constantly ask me, why are there so many dead trees in our marshes? This is one example of why. That is the result of the emerald ash borer. And most of the trees in the marshes are green ash. So that has eliminated hundreds of trees. We could do a kind of side bit about the fact that those green ash were too plentiful in the marshes anyway, or were destroying a lot of the marsh vegetation. So the emerald ash borer was a kind of mixed blessing. Again, that is not the Forest Preserve talking, that is just me talking. And then we also had a lot of beaver activity at Eggers. Once we volunteers for a work day just went through the area between 112th Street and down to 118th Street, and counted the trees that had been felled by the beavers. There were over 100, probably 110 trees. And that was just one walk over 2 hours, and I don't know that we got all of them. Next slide. Okay, so we are, this is the north central part of the middle marsh. So those were some of those pictures. This was at our most recent work day. Now, this is what the marsh, by the way, the marsh is pretty much dry. We've had about 3 drought years. And even with the most recent rains, there hasn't been that much water in the marsh. It might be muddy in places, and there was one channel that was still wet, but usually you can walk around in there. But you can see that it would be very difficult to walk through this. This picture here, you can't even really see it. All you see is some of the wood in the background that we were going to have to deal with. But there was an awful lot right in here. a lot of down wood. And the tan grass that you're looking at is reed canary grass. Now, the contractors that come through have been coming through in this marsh to herbicide that grass, but you can see there were quite a few stands through here. Slide. Okay, this was our second concrete platform. Once we found the second concrete platform, it made it a lot easier to take out the wood, the down wood. And this wood that you're looking at here, all three piles, that was in the picture that you couldn't see in the previous slide. So just walking through that whole area is difficult. And there is the fire that is the result. About 4 hours into the workday, we had eliminated all of that wood and more in the in that marsh. Okay, that area of the marsh. So the before and after pictures are not very dramatic. We took out this enormous button bush. We will be working on that button bush, but it really is a little more open now. This is one of those, that's down wood, which we'll let the Forest Preserve deal with. That's a little too tricky for volunteers. Next slide, please. All right, this was exciting for my volunteers. You can see the arrow here pointing to this tree. This is the fabled chinkapin oak that we've been trying to find on the Illinois side. And this particular, and there are more oak back in here, including one chinkapin someplace back in here, another chinkapin. But you can see this is the buckthorn, and it was mostly buckthorn and honeysuckle at this point right here, growing on the ground right here. There's a lot of little blue stem. There were a few other forbs in with the little blue stem, but our goal was to save this chinkapin here and to get rid of the buckthorn that grows around it. Buckthorn grows faster than an oak tree. Pretty soon that tree would have, all of its lower branches shade pruned, and it wouldn't have that good a chance to make it. And that is the crew that cleared out from under that particular chinkapin oak. The side benefit was they discovered a bur oak back there, and they liberated that bur oak as well. Okay. So again, for the Wolf Lake overlook, when we did our clearing, we're finding species that I didn't know were back there. Most of it just looks like a standard buckthorn honeysuckle wasteland where you practically find nothing at all. But we have what I believe is Aguilinus and some native rose. There is also Joe Pye. And under that, that's the larger chinkapin that we will get to next year. There look to be sedges that are other than landa that are going to be nice to encourage. Next slide. We also do seed collecting. We've been seed collecting for much of August, September, and October. This is actually a seed that we don't find a lot of. It's Sium suave, water parsnip. The deer tend to take out the water parsnip before I can find seeds. These are seeds from a Michigan lily. So those are 3 seed pods from Michigan lily. We have 1 this year. And the top pictures show the seeds that we do collect at Eggers. The building is courtesy of Sand Ridge Nature Center. They let me use their maintenance shed for seed processing and sorting that year. That was a COVID year. And this is I'm hoping this is the one and only such project I ever have at Eggers. We are eliminating, we had a pile of concrete rubble, fly dumping in the middle of our best woodland, our southern woodland. And over probably the last 4 years, every now and then I will do a work day where we haul those concrete chunks out. So those were the 4 volunteers at the work day that day, hauling out. We have a wonderful sturdy steel wagon from the Forest Preserve. So we fill it up, drag it out to the Slag Road and then dump it at the Slag Road. And I had some staff from the Forest Preserve District out. And at first, when I was describing what we were doing, they said, well, yeah, when the pile is big enough, we'll just come and collect it all and take it out, because this is right near the Slag Road, right off of the Slag Road at 118th Street. And most recently, one staffer came out, looked at that, said, snake hibernaculum, we're leaving it. So I don't care anymore what happens to that pile, because it's out of the good woodland.
They did comment on it. We were out on a hike there last night.
Oh, really?
Yes, several of those people were on the hike and they said, look at this, we brought this here.
And now it's gonna be snake overwintering.
Yes, that's right. They were happy to tell us about it.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was, the pile is now down to ground level. And you need a crowbar now to get out what's left. We'll see if it, well, that's next year's project. I will think about it next year. All right, we're on to vegetation. So these are shots of the East Marsh, and this was the marsh the Forest Preserve District did go to great lengths, Chip can tell you about that, to allow change in the water levels, because just as with Powderhorn, our East Marsh had become a bathtub, and the vegetation along the shore was nothing but cattails and phragmites. And a lot of time and treasure was spent getting rid of all of that. So now the East Marsh, the southern portion of our East Marsh, really is in much better shape. And this was a water lily year. That's a picture from the marsh here. This is at the drainage point looking south to 118th Street. You can see in this picture, though, the vegetation that's the light green, that's the stuff that was planted by Green Corps and other groups. And then the taller, darker, that's the cattails that they're going to have to get rid of again. So the cattails have come back, but there's very little phragmites there now. This picture is that was a plant that has always been there, that is being helped by just the removal of the phragmites. That is our native blue iris. And one other thing here. This picture shows, you can see the fence here. And when plugs were put in here, and I think they were up to 30,000 plugs last year, they also fenced off those plugs. So you can see that the vegetation they planted has taken here. I don't think they planted any of the water lilies. I think it's just the water lilies have always been there. Next slide. Okay, East Marsh. This is in an area which needs an extreme amount of attention still at Eggers. This is the northern part of East Marsh. This is where you see the wall of phragmites to the east. The phragmites is growing all over the marsh. And in this marsh, which really looks bad, too many buttonbush, we have a thistle which has been featured on the pages of the Tribune, on page 1 of the Tribune. I think one of the Forest Preserve District staff, Kristen Pink, talked about how important this particular swamp thistle, Circia muticum, is, and how it shows you've got a healthy marsh. Well, in this particular case, it's not that we have a healthy marsh right there, but what it shows is that this thistle is present at Eggers and deserves to have the environment around it cleaned up. Very close to this thistle is a hawthorn. I've never seen thorns that long on a hawthorn. They are actually longer than the width of my palm. They're not the hawthorns that I'm used to. So I still have to identify that one. Next slide. All right, vegetation on the slag field. So I've been making references to the slag field at Eggers. Eggers is really, it's 250 acres, but it's really, it looks like it is 2 sites, because at 118th Street was where the train line was, the tracks, and they dumped their slag into a swale there, and that is what cut us off from Wolf Lake. Well, the slag field, people who've lived in the neighborhood for decades tell me, looked like a war zone. It was absolutely barren. And these days, what we've got are thousands of little blue stem growing there. And something called whorled milkweed. We have Ophioid goldenrod. We have nodding wild onion. But we also have some plants which are really unusual to have on a slag field. So I believe this one is purple prairie clover. Does that look like purple? Yeah. That one is purple prairie clover. That has a C value of I think 9 or 10. It's very high. When I say C value, there is a book called Flora of the Chicago Region. It was done by Jerry Wilhelm and Laura Rarica. This book identifies practically 2,000 plants in the Chicago region, and it assigns a conservative value, conservative coefficient from 0 to 10. 0 means it grows anywhere. 10 means if you breathe on it, it disappears. And on this slag field, there is purple prairie clover, which is a very high number. It just doesn't match in terms of what should be going on there.
There's a question in the chat.
Oh,
Marianne, what is the name of that thistle in the East Marsh?
That is swamp thistle, Sursum mutatum. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. There is Liatris on that slag field. And that, I believe, is a Coreopsis palmata, another plant with a very high coefficient value. And it's just a surprise to find plants like this on a slag field. Now, recently, there have been articles naming, there has been study of these abused industrial sites in Calumet. And some researchers are finding that they are forming their own ecosystems now, and they're calling them novel ecosystems. So rather than trying to totally wipe out whatever has started growing in some of these places, they're just examining what is growing, and maybe what we ought to be doing in some of these places is thinking about not restoring any natural community, but maybe helping out what is developing there. There isn't a lot of research, but there's a lot of research to be done about it. And I'd like Eggers right up there, number one. I offer this particular slag field as a research
We're
site.
seeing Liatris over in Whistler Woods. There's a steel mill that's still active and it has a little access thing. Sometimes the Wild Eagles used to test over there.
Yeah.
And the back end of it is where they used to also dump slag. And the same thing, we're seeing Liatris there, and a lot of it butts up to what had been a parking lot for the steel mill that no longer is being used as that. And it's kind of going, it's kind of crumbling in, the last 34 years that it hasn't been used. And the same thing, we're getting like some really quality, surprisingly good quality plants coming up out of like cracks in the ground. You're like, how are they getting enough nutrients? But nature, amazing.
Now, I should also give credit to the power company there, because the power company has tried to be a good neighbor and it has sown seeds. But the seeds that I believe, the plants that I'm looking at that I think they sowed were things like the big blue stem, the Indian grass, probably the little blue stem, but there's so much other little blue stem in areas which weren't near the slag field that I'm thinking maybe it just repopulated. But there's gray-headed coneflower, black-eyed Susan, certain, I think maybe rosinweed. So some of that stuff has come in because of that kind of planting, but some of these others I can't imagine in a standard mix that the power company used under the tracks, or rather under the power lines. And this one was the real surprise. This is bog lobelia calmei, and it's represented. There's at least 200 stems of it, and this was a big surprise. This one I think is a 10 in that. Oh, it's got a coefficient, conservative coefficient of 10. Next slide. And then this was a real surprise to me. Okay, so Eggers actually meets Wolf Lakes. The southern boundary of Eggers entirely is the northern boundary of William Powers entirely. And so even though we can't have a water transfer of any kind, we're blocked by our slag field, certainly the vegetation, transfers between the two sites. And, I was actually driving up to look at the Chinkopin Oak because it is easier to do that coming through Wolf Lake, than to come down from Eggers. And along the side of the road, I spotted that swamp thistle, Cirsium luticum, C value of at least 9. And I couldn't, in fact, I was so surprised, I nearly drove off the road. It was just amazing. 30 plants all lined up there. And in addition, there was lobelia, there was impatiens, there was, I think that was Solidago gigantea, a nice conservative goldenrod. Next slide, please. That's a close-up of the thistle, the swamp thistle. But there was also Joe Pye. There was a meadow rue. Next slide, please. And this really warmed my heart. The arrows are pointing to rosettes of the swamp thistle. Swamp thistle is a biennial, so if you take all the seeds out from the plants that are growing, you're going to lose that stand. But there, right on the edge of a road at William Powers, were small rosettes of swamp thistle. Okay. As I say, I've been doing this work for probably 20 or 30 years. I've only been down at Eggers for maybe 8. And my volunteers, work really hard. We really try to do what we can here, but our efforts are being stymied by too many deer. We just have too many deer. Now, again, I am a private citizen. I am talking as a private citizen about something I find on public property, but there are too many deer. Next slide, please. All right, just some basic stuff. 14,500 deer-related crashes, 629 injuries, 4 fatalities. And for me, it's personal because my beautiful niece was nearly wiped out in an accident with a deer, okay? So I've got that bias. Cook County is #1 in deer-related crashes in Illinois, 582. We have the cases of Lyme disease. And this was an interesting site to just find out about deer food habits. This picture here, this was the one taken when we were doing our Chinkopin Oak rescue. You can see this dark line right here. It's almost like a uniform line when the trees leaves start again. Oftentimes that is a sign of heavy deer browse, too many deer. And I think that is a sign of too many deer right there at the border between Wolf Lake and Eggers.
They're so common and so bold that they will practically eat out of your hands. A lot of the neighbors go there with bags of bread.
I know,
And they feed them. And we're always like just stunned because these deer have almost no fear of humans now.
Well, and you know how deer fight back if they are, I mean, they rear up and they hit you with their front.
Yeah, no,
Okay, good.
that's like, my kids are like, want to go in, I'm like, yeah, no,
don't do it,
we'll
don't do
look
it.
at them and we'll back up.
Yes, yes. Okay, so, I had to figure out because we lose so much vegetation. Some stewards say all they're doing is planting salad for the deer, and the preserves pretty soon are only going to be grasses because the deer don't browse that much on grasses. So I walked into Pete's and surreptitiously I piled up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those plastic packages of greens because one deer will eat 7 to 12 pounds of food in one day. We have counted 10 to 15 deer together at Eggers at one time. So if you figure 7 times 10, next slide, please. That's 70 pounds of food every day for 10 deer. And if you take the numbers out, next slide, please. It's 500 pounds per week, 26,000 pounds per year. Those are my conservative numbers. If I do 14 deer at 10 pounds a day, I'm looking at over 50,000 pounds of food a year for deer. Now, to be fair, deer, let's say deer eat forbs. They may be about 50% of the diet. Otherwise, it's mast, it's acorns, it's hazelnuts, it's apples, it's other kinds of food. And The deer that roam through Eggers are also found, their roaming area is Powderhorn, Wolf Lake, and Eggers, okay? So that's not 26,000 pounds just coming out of Eggers, but it's still a lot of food. And what is it that they are eating? They are eating the bloodroot. This was a beautiful stand of 200 bloodroot, one of the earliest spring ephemerals. And all I had one year was stems. You can just see all of the stems here. This stand has just about disappeared. The deer here have taken the jack in the pulpit off of the jack in the pulpit. Here is a plant that they left alone. This is a very conservative plant. This is tufted loosestrife. This was, that was also browsed heavily by deer. Slide. This is a great spring ephemeral, bellwort with Hilaria grandiflora. This is what it looks like after the deer have gotten through with it. Now, mind you, this is spring, this is later, this is like September, but still, this plant is eaten and then eaten more and eaten more until finally, I can't even get seed for this particular plant, which is a seed value of 7. I can't get seed for it anymore. And we have a native plant gardener who is officially for the Forest Preserve growing this plant for us just for the seed. Next slide, please. This is Smilacina stellata. This is starry fall Solomon seal. Beautiful flower on it. It's some people consider it a great ground cover. It arcs, you know, just beautifully. The seeds are really, really gorgeous. That's the seeds halfway through their ripening process. They'll get to be a deep burgundy. And this is what I have at Eggers. I have nothing except trimmed plants at Eggers. Blue lobelia, same thing. This should be a 4-foot spike with that much flower on it. And my blue lobelia are only 12 to 18 inches tall. They are all chewed off. By the way, that one at the end, that is what happens to swamp thistle when deer get to it. It turns into a plant about this tall rather than that tall. I'm glad a few flowers do appear there. More deer damage. Next slide. The deer really like the impatiens. This is our, this is a Capensis, I think. That one is, I think, impatiens pallida. And then you can see what happens to the impatiens. It's really good deer salad. Next one. This one is interesting because it shows you the chewed off a meadow rue, but it also shows you a plant that the deer don't eat. You've probably seen thousands of these in the spring at Eggers. That's mayapple. It's also very poisonous, so they leave that one alone. They even, well, that's okay. We're good. Okay. There's a book by, I think his name is Douglas Calumet. I think he's an entomologist, and he makes the case for controlling the deer. In his book, he lists well, these are the butterflies and moths supported by oak species, 534 butterflies moth, willow species, 456, cherry and plum, 456. This is what the deer do to willow if they can get a hold of it at Eggers. It is browsed up to that 4-foot or so browse line. That's American hazelnut browsed over there. We have at least 2 rose species, Rosa carolina and Rosa satigera at Eggers, and normally the leaves are all browsed. This plant is a very short plant, only probably this tall. Occasionally I'll get a flower, but usually they get chewed off. And this is what deer do to oak trees. People ask me how come we don't have more oak at Eggers. And one of the answers is that the deer browse the seedlings and the saplings. So those are shots of what oak look like, young oak look like at Eggers. And then finally, I know from personal experience watching when I couldn't really do anything about it, the deer just keep eating the leaves off of those small oak until finally there's no energy in the roots and the tree dies. So Okay, next picture. They eat off vines. That's a Virginia creeper vine. This one surprised me. This was a linden. They browsed the basswood as well. And up in that corner, they have browsed some variety of either wild currant or gooseberry. So, and if it's not browse, that will probably kill the tree. The velvet off of antlers needs to be rubbed off, and so the deer will girdle saplings or break them. Okay, more deer damage. Next slide. More deer damage. Thimbleweed should be, this picture is from my home garden. That's what it looks like when the deer get to it. Next picture. Eggers had an entire field up in the northwest corner of spiderwort, and it was really beautiful 2 or 3 years ago. And this is, the field has disappeared. This is what it looks like now.
Yep, I mean, as a solution, I mean, I swear I've seen, like, not too far from the field center, like some caged areas that they're trying to like.
You can't cage the whole preserve.
No, I know, obviously you can't, but I mean, at least to have reservoirs of some native plants.
This particular plant, turtlehead, C-value of 8. There were 3 gorgeous stands of this in an area that the district cleared in the northwest corner. I can get no flowers or no seeds from this anymore. The plant is just heavily browsed. Those 3 stands, 2 of the 3 stands have disappeared. There's no evidence of them. And the 3rd one, it looked like that earlier this year. Next slide. Michigan lily. You can see the Michigan lily right here. The top just gets taken off. This is actually visited by ruby-throated hummingbirds. I always feel bad that the one plant that I did say, the seeds that I showed from the Michigan lily on an earlier slide, that plant was saved by putting dead multiflora rose canes around it and dead buckthorn. And I created a natural fence big enough around it. And I'm thinking of doing that around the turtlehead. But that's a lot of time to, and I've got too many plants there to save to be able to do too much of that. Slide, please. So I went to Wilhelm and Rarica and I decided, okay, I was going to start a list of an Excel spreadsheet of the insects that frequent the plants that I actually had pictures of. And all I could get was 5 plant species before I decided to give up, because there were already 112 insects which are affected by not having the flowers of the plants, or oftentimes the leaves of the plants. And in this list are 10 ant species, 59 beetles, or rather bee species, 25 beetle, I think it's 14 lepidopterans under there, I'm not sure, wasps, and then that hummingbird. And so we talk about the collapse of our insect populations. And we talk about the collapse of the bee populations, and more than worrying about the introduced honeybee, we need to worry about our populations of the native bees. And 60 bee species are affected by not having flowers at Eggers. And that's only 5 of the 20 species of plants that I've shown you. So next slide, please. I have no solution for this other than asking for, someone's got to reduce the deer herds. If we don't reduce the deer herds, we will lose our insect populations. Entomologists tell you that we will lose our insect populations. And we need to control we need to control the deer, and we need to make the public aware that Bambi eats everything, including bird eggs and bird chicks. I just don't know, exactly how to get the message out. And these are all obviously butterflies and moth. They all thank you for listening to this.
I've heard that they're doing some stuff with birth control where they're doing like Norplant implants on deer. And that can work for like, I think 3 years as birth control. And that's something that like it doesn't remove them from the population, but it keeps other animals from moving in. and hopefully can help to kind of cycle down some
I
of the
think
population.
I think
but-
that's expensive.
It probably is, but I
think
know like most people aren't gonna go for hunting in like a major urban environment, because you're gonna have people who don't wanna have Bambi killed and who don't wanna get shot.
Yeah, but we have to change that mindset.
I'm not arguing, yeah.
No, it was last year this topic came up about the deer, you mentioned it briefly, and I went to the William Powers website.
Mhm.
They do have a deer season there, it's archery,
Mm-hmm,
but it's only open to Illinois residents.
mm-hmm. I take that, I'll take
That
it.
is, so there is a season, but it's on William Powers.
It started last year.
Oh, oh, was it? Like
They
the
have
fact that
that
it's only.
But I don't know, I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's gonna impact the numbers very.
Every time we've been to Eggers Woods, every time in the past year, we have seen deer.
Yes.
And mind you, we're doing this after school, so it's 3 to 5 o'clock window, which is kind of when a lot of deer are active.
Yes.
Every single time we have come across deer. And at winter time, dead of winter, in the snow, you know, in the springtime, in the fall, you know,
You'll see them.
always come across deer. The only time I personally have not seen deer there is on the bike path on a Saturday morning. That's the only time I did not see deer.
I was out at Marion Burns and there must have been 2 done.
Yeah,
That's-
easily.
That is, first of all, they're gonna starve.
But the wolf, lake situation, that's state property.
Right.
State property, state law trumps city law, trumps county law, trumps city law.
So they're gonna
So
allow
you could, the state can declare a deer season at Powers,
think
but
that's
that
our-
doesn't help Eggers. Unless you can drive the deer down there.
She was here, I think she was here talking about, right?
Oh, yeah, that's our.
I'm still
Nikki.
here.
Hi.
So there was a comment in the chat about sterilization.
Yeah, that's what,
Jane.
Healy was talking about. And it's, I think it's prohibitively expensive. Someone from the IDNR can answer your
She is,
question.
right, that's
Oh,
who she is.
okay, you wanna take that one, Nikki?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, there's been studies that have been done, trying to look into non-lethal methods for population control for, wildlife in general, and including deer. And my understanding is that the sterilization is extraordinarily expensive and has not been found effective because the fawns, you know, deer as young as fawns can start having babies that first year. So, and then they're highly reproductive due to the amount of resources, like all your vegetation is just candy for them. And it's giving them all the, you know, micro and macronutrients that they require in order to reproduce. So they're getting a lot more deer per deer than potentially historical, you know, than there have been in the past. So that is one of the reasons, and couple that with the amount of poaching that actually was already occurring in the area. That is one of the reasons why we opened up a hunting opportunity there at William Powers. It's only allowed on the south end of the park right now. But so far we have proven that it is safe for, I'm sorry?
You're back.
Oh, okay. So we've basically been able to prove that, yes, you can have a hunting season and hunt within the city limits of Chicago, even with the urban environment. It is archery only. And the inaugural season was last year, where they did take, and now that I'm driving, I can't remember if it's between 4 or 6 deer, which is not a big hit on the population, I realize, but little bit by little bit, we're hoping to open up the northern edge closer to Edgar Woods there in the future, and continue the program to try to balance some of the native species that the deer love so much, because we do have a lot of those invasive, those high value species there in William Powers also.
Yes, you do. It's really one vegetation area. Yes. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you. Okay.
I know we're running a little bit late, but I want to mention that I invited project funders for projects in the area. And so I think two of them are here. I think Christine left. But I just wondering if you had any comment. One of the things that I invite funders here, I'd like to talk about not only if they donate to Ollie, that's fine, but I'd like to see them talk about what other activities they're funding in the climate region. Because things tie together. And so, and I don't know if any other group does, but I think it's important for people to really know that, understand that. So if Ralph, if you want to add some, I don't. Go ahead.
Sure. You want me to start?
Go ahead.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edward Vega. I'm the Community Impact Director at Legacy Foundation. I'd like to thank Michael for the invitation. And I'd like to thank each of you for the work you're doing in regards to restoration and conservation of God's gift to us and to everyone in Northwest Indiana. So thank you for that. I know some of you have been here since 8 in the morning. So I'm going to quote Elizabeth Taylor, the words she said upon marrying her 6th husband. This will not last too long. This is going to be short. So Legacy Foundation, Lake County's foundation, has been proud to be a consistent supporter of the Association for the Wolf Lake Initiative since 2004. We are committed to continue supporting the restoration and conservation of the thousands of acres that comprise the bi-state Wolf Lake watershed. In its 31-year history, Legacy has and continues to support numerous Northwest Indiana environmental organizations, including Student Conservation Association, Dunes Learning Center, Humane Indiana, Shirley Hines Land Trust, Brown Faces Green Spaces, Save the Dunes Conservation Fund, and of course, the Association for the Wolf Lake Initiative. Lastly, just in case you haven't heard, I am elated to announce that Legacy Foundation, in collaboration with Dunes Learning Center, Indiana University Northwest, and the Urban League of Northwest Indiana, altogether, this collaboration has applied for a $2.8 million grant from the EPA under the Great Lakes Environmental Justice Grant Program. Most of the requested funds will be utilized to award subgrants to deliver local on-the-ground projects that benefit 8 Lake County underserved communities in the heavy industrialized Grand Calumet River Basin. Subgrants will address areas of concern, including habitat restoration, invasive species control, and hands-on, place-based environmental education in the Grand Calumet River Basin. I rest assured that each of you will support the Legacy Foundation and its partners for this very important endeavor. So, fingers crossed, praying hands towards heaven. We look forward to your support. Any questions? Please.
Do you know what might be happening on the Illinois side?
Yes, they actually applied for funding also.
But of course, that's for the Illinois side only. When Legacy Foundation and Dunes Learning Center found out about that, we started making phone calls and sending emails out, so we would also participate in that grant. God willing. So good question. By the way, when I get home, I'm gonna tell my kids I was schooled today. Your presentation was great. Any other questions?
Are you gonna share contact information or can we just look it up online, Google it?
Sure, I'll be more than glad to give my business card out, sure.
These guys need it.
Okay. No
They're
problem.
cool teachers in Hammond.
All right, but by the way, I am the person at Legacy Foundation that's in charge of grants for nonprofits as well as scholarships. So. All right. Once again, thank you very much for everything you do. I certainly do not have the stamina that you have to do what you do, so thank you so much.
You may give you short, I'll give you some short.
Okay.
I was totally unprepared for this. I do not have anything formal. My name is Ralph McCampbell. I'm with Cargill. My buddy Mike Galando, who used to participate with this group, passed away in 2018. Your group has still been inviting him to this annual meeting. I was asked by my friend Claudia Lara, who's our admin head, if I would take Mike's place because they just don't seem to get the idea that he's not here anymore. So I grew up in this area. I actually lived down the street for about 10 years for a while back. I love the area, Wolf Lake, Lake Michigan, George Lake. Dave Davern, I went to school with him. So there's a lot of me in here already. Had I known that I was going to be here, I probably would have prepared a little bit more to let you know about the history of my company. It's Cargill. As far as other organizations that we contribute to involving the environment or natural resources or whatnot, I haven't a clue. God willing, if I'm still around next year, if you guys invite me back, I'll have a better update. But that's it in a nutshell. I appreciate the invitation. I enjoyed it. You can hear the passion. I love the fact that we're teaching our kids because those are the key to making this thing work forever. If we can't get the younger people involved, and that's what we're having trouble with at work, just trying to get the younger people involved, it's not gonna work. So getting the younger people involved, like kudos, I give you guys credit for that. It's wonderful. And the passion, I couldn't believe how much passion came out of your presentation, Anne-Marie. It was beautiful. So again, thank you for inviting me. And like I said, God willing, I'll be back next year.
Okay. I know. Are there any more questions? No, I want to make sure that you fill out the evaluation form. It's rather simple. And
I'll fill it out and I'll email it.
or the other thing I was going to suggest, just email it.
I gotta run.
So, anyway, I appreciate everybody coming and drive safely home.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to say something about Richard here. He works from 8 until 4, and he does this every year. I really appreciate him being here today, and so.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you all.
Good meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you.